Anyone else stuck in platinum elo hell? Yeah, me, bro. uh, except I played a few games last night. I climbed a lot, so yeah. Well, I mean, when I say I climbed a lot, I got back up to platinum too. Okay. 'Not sick? Am I good? Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm not sick. You sound sick. Are you good? Oh, the release date of the OCE server. Beginning of season 3, and beginning of season 3 should be March 1st. So March 1st. I did the math right. No, February 1st actually. Yeah, there you go. February 1st. So even better. Although I'm just kind of hoping that I don't know. We kind of just gotta hope a little bit that the servers are alive by that time. Because I mean, people are already ditching NA server. Now, if you're like casual, I mean, to be fair, I do think in terms of ranked, right? But is there any leaks for new units? Nope. No, there's not. That is one thing they've kind of kept on a decent little under wraps, I guess. I think it's kind of funny that they're changing this character. Also, can you guys hear everything? Sound volume good and all that nonsense. My mouse feels like it's misweighted or something when I aim. And I feel like I want to actually kind of consider changing my like posture, not my posture, the way I hold my mouse. I normally use a claw grip like this, but when I aim down, when I click down, I feel like I can't control my mouse that well. Lancer. Did you guys like the stream title? When I was streaming Pokemon Unite, I used to just make a bunch of meme stream titles all the time. Unfortunately, it's kind of something I had to just like stop doing for this sort of stuff. My controller yesterday and it was a nightmare. It looks soon to be console players. I don't know. I've always hated it playing on console. Like it wasn't until I played on PC that I was like, oh my gosh, like this is how this is meant to be played. But thanks. But yeah, I used to have a bunch of meme stream titles. And I used to like have like a little one of those little cow emoji, like the Japanese little emojis with every single one I did too. But obviously for Twitch that's fine, but for like YouTube that's obviously like very under optimized. Because like I already run out of space in my titles anyway. Probably shouldn't have as many words as I do in them, but you guys want a spoiler on how to I really do need to actually go like get around and make this video where I talk about how to find the good settings for your stuff. The good aim settings. It's basically what you do is like there's a website that you can use. I forget what it's called, but I don't think it'd be too hard to find. But you basically like pick a sensitivity where you can do like a full 360 on your mouse with one like full rotation of your mouse pad. And then it has you like do this sort of stuff where you play up close and you track like this. You track them from close range. And then you go a bit further away. You do the same thing and you track them like this. Then a bit farther. Then they have you get close. They have you do it like track in all ranges like this where you back up and you go forward. And then you do this kind of stuff. And they have you do that with one. And they have you do that with another one. Or they have you do it with that sensitivity. And then I think it basically has it go like you basically pick like did that feel too slow or too fast? And then based on whether it felt too slow or too fast, you go to a new one. And they give you a new sensitivity. So try and you keep doing it like that. And essentially either it'll basically like work you down or up where you need to be slowly over time. Or exactly how it works. I think it might give you like two sensitivities to try and you have to pick which one felt better. Yeah, that's what happens, I think. Yeah, it gives you two. So it'll give you like a sensitivity on either side. You test them both and it's like, well, which one felt better? And you're like, okay, well, the slower one did. And they're like, okay, and then you do it again. Like, oh, the slower one still felt better. Like, again, slower one felt better. Again. And it's like, okay, now you have a slower and a better one. Faster. And then you're like, okay, I thought the faster one was better. So then it realized that, well, the one you did before was like your peak bottom. Your peak slowest that you do. So then they have now they're like working back up to find like exactly what it is. So it's basically like, you have this one and this one. And it's like, okay, I like this one. And you're like, okay, now this one and this one. I like this one and this one. This one. This one and this one. Oh, I like this one. Okay, this one or this one. This one. This one. This one. That. Found out something weird about melee with its fire slash that it does rage damage when rage is active and the projectile is already out before rage. Huh. I get what you're saying. I would mean to check with this anyway, I think. Why does it feel like I'm doing... The thing about this character, it feels very like... I feel like I'm hitting people with a wet noodle. Am I the only one that feels that way? It's 280 up close. Like, I literally feel like I'm playing against people and I'm just slapping them like, You have to get really close to hit them with the melee damage too. Like, you have to be like this close. No, even closer, like here. I'm not hitting you with the melee damage here. Alright, whatever. Play the game. I'm gonna go check what my actual, check what the results of the poll I did recently. To see whether people liked this, like the, stuff or not. Oh, I need to post my stream. Let's see, let's see. Stream pings. There, I just pinged my Discord. If any of you aren't in my Discord, you can go ahead and join that if you want. Unlimited swings with no pause to reload and complaining about damage. Yes. But I wasn't actually complaining. I was complaining about damage, kinda, but I wasn't. It's really more about feelings. It feels bad, is what I get at. Even though I operate mainly not in feeling. I know that other people do. Or like, since I'm a top player, right? Since I played games like this before, I operate a lot in like terms of you know, whether things are good or not, essentially. But I do also know how important like it is for people to feel good when they're playing the game. And certain people just don't feel good. Okay. Damn. Yeah, the patch notes suck, I'll be honest. I think they're pretty bad. Not so much that the changes are horrible or anything like that. I just feel like it's really a missed opportunity. Yeah, this the whole balancing straight by numbers is just bad. You know, that is silly. Balancing only by numbers is just really poor. Oh, I hate this game, bro. No! Dude, come on. Do I not enjoy the game or do I just point out its flaws? Both. I enjoy it at times. There's also times where it pisses me off. I just care more about the flaws because I don't want to sit here like stoking up their ego, you know, like, oh my gosh, yes, this thing feels really good, because it doesn't matter, you know? It doesn't matter because, like, that won't make the game better, you know? I'll be still viable. We'll have to see if it's like an effective buff or nerf, really, is kind of how I feel. Like, really, like, if it can now 3-shot at mid-range, then it'll be pretty strong still. Well, I mean, not still, it's pretty crap regardless. Like, that's the other way to think about it, is like, just because of the fact that the way the shield works like that, yeah, try me next time, bro. Just because of the fact that the shield can't defend against stuns, it's going to be inherently weak. So, you pure, but it's 3:40 a.m., so you have to go to sleep. Good night, PC. What's up, JDX? Oh, guys, let's actually take this little space here. My keyboard is sliding. I have my keyboard lifted up on a book right now, but it keeps sliding. Oh, okay. Like, yeah, I'm gonna try and stop complaining about the game as much as I get it. I get people don't really like listening to that all the time. Like, whatever. I understand. You know? But it really does, of course, have things that needs to be changed about it. And if you don't talk about it, then the devs won't even know. Okay. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying not to say things. Is the volume good and everything for you guys? Look, basically, here's what Bandai's doing. Bandai is listening to what people complain about the most, and will nerf that, and then we'll nerf things based off of numbers. But they're nerfing what you complain about based on numbers anyway, so even those changes are going to be pretty questionable. Wow, bro, I actually couldn't hit him around the corner. That's kind of tragic. It's okay. We don't get any touchers. Any touchers in the chat? No? Hopefully the devs hire me soon. They're not gonna hire me. Am I playing this on my Steam Deck? No. You hear no game sound? Yeah. Oh, I probably have it muted. Better? The sound should be coming through now. Hit the nail on the head earlier when you said more ammo equal more damage flying around. Do you feel like this is going to reduce skill gap or hinder carry potential? I think it's going to have a neutral effect. I think obviously people who play hit scan characters will have more ammo so they can go pop off more. But then again, they're also going to be taking damage randomly from more areas. So. How much money do you think you'd have to spend to get the G3 and Char skins? Too much. Please. Orders. What you think with the melee Zakun 2 nerf was his main kit? You wouldn't call broken. Did he nerf down his ult? Well, when he gets his rage, he becomes too strong. Like, that's not fun to play against. Where are we at? Well, I'm smarter than you. Think of life steal should be in the game? No, I just think you should be able to steal while you shoot.
They won't get me this time.
They're gonna try and buff everything so it's like Modern Warfare 2, where everything's OP and fun, but without the fun. Yeah, that kind of balancing stuff does not work in these type of games. Because in a Call of Duty game, everyone has the exact same character type, so it doesn't matter, you know? Like, yeah, certain guns being too strong is a thing, but like everyone is fighting and dying really quick on like really like low margins essentially. So it's not that big of a deal. Like, that's what the game is about, playing on these really tight margins. Exy is, as far as characters in this game go, considering they're all easy to hit, Exy is hard to hit. Don't worry, bro, I got you. Please say we're not giving them a point for free. Guys? More ammo will not matter for good players. They always hit their shots. Yeah, but it just means their uptime's higher and they don't have to reload as much. Like, that's kind of the thing where they, for some reason, they seem to think that ammo will change things a lot. It won't. Honestly, most people end up reloading before their ammo is up anyway. Most people have bad reload habits. Damn, that's a pretty lucky hit to the face. Ouch. What's my favorite one and which one I think is best designed? I'd like Sazabi to be my favorite because it is what I truly play and excel at, but the fact that his shield is garbage makes it not as fun. The one I think is best designed is Pale Rider. I made a full tier list on that if you want to go watch that video recently, where I talk about like the design quality of each. And I'm not talking about appearance. I'm just talking about like literally like how well I think that their character is designed. No, give me health.
Evacuate the area.
Okay, looks like we're winning. Damn.
Taking heavy damage.
Get that res, bro. Nice. Dude, how are these guys all pulling up behind me right now? First time playing Sosby without any knowledge of this game, you're afraid to dive in with a knife, playing on like a ranged character. Yeah, you have to move forward. Although I wouldn't dive with a knife very frequently, because it leaves you vulnerable. Then again, you're vulnerable anyway. It's just it leaves you vulnerable to an enemy Sosby. They're standing there. These guys' positioning is better than ours, like always. What is happening? Did they go chase? We really need to be up in this high grounds. Like, we're never on the high grounds. That's why you're having a hard time. They're always in better positioning. But then again, they also have an Ashimar to like fly above us, and that makes it difficult too. There's like an Exia diving all the time. Oh, I got him, just barely. I'm dead. Thanks, bro. We're gonna lose this game with 3 ultimates. No one's gonna touch.
They won't get me this time.
Damn, bro.
Mission failed. Awaiting further orders. We'll make them pay next time.
Sosby's scan ability is underrated in plat. Sosby's scan ability is underrated in general. That's a really strong ability. Like, if the character wasn't dog, that would just be really strong in and of itself. It's just free wall sights. I got a 15-second cooldown. That's insane. And like direct wall sights too. Wait, did we lose? Minus 82. Ouch. Looks like the Japanese got one over on me, boys. They beat me this time. You want the camphor to be a new mole suit since it would hit and run with a shoddy like Zaku range. Let's see. I don't think they'll. I have a funny feeling they wouldn't add it unless they added a different. Well, I could be wrong, but you got to kind of think about like silhouettes, and that silhouette looks really similar to Marsai. What do I think about stuns dealing double damage to shield and prevent you from doing any action, but you don't lose your shield if you had it up? Like, are you saying they stun you also? That's still broken.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
The devs just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how shields work, and they don't understand what tanks are and what tanks are supposed to do. That's the problem. They just don't know why tanks exist in games. And instead they just made these chunky damage characters and they expect them to be able to like thrive.
First launch is green.
I'm currently playing on the Japanese server.
Prevent them from being captured. Warning, enemy attack imminent. All hands to battle stations. Hostiles incoming.
Did I hit new type
Mission confirmed.
while you were gone? Yeah, no. I did not. We took a fat L. We lost the game with 3 ults. Albeit one of them was mine, but I was dead because I actually dove. I actually got murdered because I actually was pushing up one of my teammates. No, stuns just shouldn't be. Stuns shouldn't do anything to shields. They should just knock you back. Like, you shouldn't be able to shoot their shields, and they should knock you back. That's pretty fair. You know? Like, you're sitting a Sazbi here, and you get pit, and it's like, it knocks you back. So they do something, so that, like, an RX-78 doesn't, like, throw a hyper hammer in your face, and you shield and laugh at them, and immediately kill them afterwards. Like, that'd be a little bit not fun for the RX-78 player, but... And then, but you can't attack while you're doing that, so you have to, like, time it properly, you know? You have to decide when to shield and when not to shield. Don't jump, especially not in this game, guys. Oops. Jumping is bad in most games in general, but it's really bad in Gundam Evolution. Because it makes it so you can't recharge your stuff, too. And you jump so high, so you are in such a predictable movement pattern for a very long time. Okay, I died through that ability. That's kind of tragic. That's ping diff. Let's hope when the shield buffs come, they don't create the Brigida effect. First off, I would say if they come. Second, Brigida effect was Brigida was a healer. Brigida was a healer and Brigida was OP because of what she provided to the rest of the team. Because she made sustain way too high. It had nothing to do with the shield. You could have 4, however many shield characters on a team in Overwatch, and before Brigida was added, it wouldn't have been good because you could literally just dive the supports and kill them. But Brigida being added, and then like characters like Baptiste being added, made it so that she was unkillable. It made it so like the tanks are unkillable. Or sorry, not the tanks, the supports are unkillable. And because the supports are unkillable, you can't ever do what you need to do to counter them. So you literally just win. Or you literally just can't beat them as a dive. Now that you mention it, Brigida and Unicorn has the same shielding effect. Yeah. Yeah, she does.
3 minutes remaining.
Which is why I don't like it. It makes balancing impossible. It's one of the things you can't balance because it's applied unevenly. You know, if you're a Zaku, you get good, like if you're like a Zaku range, you get a lot of value out of it. If you're like someone else, like, you know, I don't know, like a Sazbi, you get less value out of it. You know? And that becomes inherently unbalanceable. I literally went through that guy's body. Where are we at? What's going on? Yeah, there's an RX-78 over here. Some dude over here. This is such an awkward point to defend for me right now. It's just tough with wanting to think of shields with guns, but it doesn't need to change. Maybe that be a Jim thing only, since Jim's using a pistol while Saz's using shotgun. Jim doesn't even need it. Jim doesn't need it either. Jim is supposed to be vulnerable. It's a support player, support character. But what it's supposed to do is be able to push people, like push when the enemy's low resources and sustain itself with like its healing and stuff like that, and sustain teammates. Well, that guy just dead. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm literally just standing here doing nothing. Like, what? Hey, wait, no, he was right in front of our faces, man. Hello? Drop from plat 1 to gold 1. We'll climb up, don't worry. It happens. You can't let that affect you. It's just to be expected at this point. Wow, guys. That is terrifically balanced. And the guy left. He literally gave up. And that guy left too. They're abusing the system right now, to be honest. They lose less for leaving right now, by the way.
Victory is ours.
Confirmed command.
They just quit.
Standing down.
Plus 78. Nice. Getting my money's worth. Well, you know, I actually didn't pay for anything. Bandai gave me free money, free in-game currency. That's why I have a bunch here still. Like I obviously would have bought it as a content creator, you know, but I didn't have to. Nice. How's the ping bit on Japan? Well, the game says it's 51, which is absolutely not true. It's definitely more like 200, 160. So. Bought Marsai yesterday, first match, got MVP, and we were like, wow, okay, I get the hate now. People don't like standing around a corner, and then, like, in the first game I played, it happened like 3 times where I was just walking around a corner, and then I got hooked because the Marsai just happened to be throwing a hook out then. Although, to be fair, since I'm playing on Japanese server, they saw me first, and they were able to hook me off of ping, most likely is really what happened, but... because basically when you play on ping, you have a big disadvantage to people seeing you first, because the way that it works, like they'll see you, hit you, and then they'll have like 17 ping or whatever, like 40 ping to server, and then from server to you it's 200, so it takes 240 for you to even know what's happened to you, and then your action takes another 200. So for you to be able to react to someone, you have like a 440 millisecond reaction time. It's pretty bad. Like, not reaction time, but it's 440 milliseconds just automatically on top of that. And then plus your give or take, like, on average, 250 milliseconds of reaction time. So we're looking at like 0.75 of a second for any real reaction. That's like realistically, and that's you reacting pretty decently too. What should they do to make Barbatos fun and not good? Or fun and good but not broken? Take away the one-shot ability and then give him more tanky abilities. Basically. You should be like a tanky brawler. Like something you use to bully people out of areas and stuff like that. Be right back, guys.
Mission confirmed. Exiting launch bay.
Your mission is to defend the 2 objectives. Warning, enemy attack imminent. All hands to battle stations. Hostiles.
The thing about
Acknowledged.
Barbatos...
Accepting hostiles.
Barbatos isn't really that amazing or anything right now. But if you're very good at the character and you know when to engage, then you'll absolutely crap on people. And if you know how to use it to counter an enemy Sazabi, you'll take them out of the game, and there's nothing they can do about it. Like, this is you on Barbatos, right? You know the Sazabi standing around this corner doing tanky things? You just pull up and you go... Or, you see him back up, then you dash, boom. There's no way to counter it. Right? Even if the Sazabi turns around and uses its homing boost to get back, then you use your leap, then chase it down with 3 dashes. And since the hitbox is so big, you can totally roll them. If you're playing on ping and you're playing against people, you can absolutely just hard carry games with Barbatos. But the biggest issue with Barbatos is that it's just not fun for people to play against. Like, nobody likes being one shot, and it's very frustrating for some people. But that's why some people are like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, Barbatos is garbage. Nothing's good about Barbatos." You know, while I'm sitting there like, "Yeah, but a hard counter is my character." You know, so whether you think it's good or not, doesn't matter. It's hard countering my character. I literally can't damage him. Okay. That guy literally hits me forward, man. That's so troll, man. I cannot res you. I don't know, I expected me to res him. It does feel really jank too, like you guys are saying, like the melee feels really weird. The animation locks on things feels weird. Are you queuing rank for NA? Honestly, I would play Japan. He's a lot faster. This game is already kind of weird in general, so the ping doesn't really feel as bad, to be completely honest. Like playing ping in Overwatch, I would feel horrible. But ping in Japan just isn't really as bad for me because like the game's already kind of funky, you know? Alright, we're trying to defuse before we've even killed anyone. That's a sure measure for success. I tried to body block that hyper hammer, but I wasn't sure where the guy was exactly. Where's this dude going? Here, bro. Dude, I got excited, bro. I got excited for my perfect max range hook, and he just got sucked into the wall. It happens like half the time at least. It's kind of crazy. No, stop them from planting. Oh my gosh, bro. I was like, don't res me. Worth. I'm doing literally tickle damage out here. XE is very powerful. His primary fires are too strong, for sure, too. It can, like, just consistently 1v1 you. Even if it didn't have abilities, it'd just be able to 1v1 you all the time. You must play Battlefield? Nope, not me. Played a little bit of Battlefield, but I don't like walking around all the time. Oh, we're completely exposing A right now. What's up, Diogo? Is that the Diogo? Yeah, I think I'm gonna let you res that person? No way. Like this actually could have planted if you tried. Are you the who is Diogo? Love playing at 150 milliseconds plus ping. Same. Gundams make you want to use Tinder. Oh, okay. What is this, your other account or something? I thought I modded you in YouTube. No. Oh man. Pain. Dang, bro. You thought, Dom Trooper. Why they nerf Saku melee? Because everyone's complaining about it because it's busted AF. Alright, we'll take it. Wasn't aiming at that at all, but we'll take it. The only YouTube account you use. Is that a fact? Who's alive still? Thought I modded you already. Don't like this game mode even when you're winning? Yeah. It's a little bit terrible. Let me see.
Mission confirmed. Exiting launch bay.
Tactical says you're doing well. Keep going.
Understood. Ready to proceed.
Copy that.
My setup's kind of scuffed. I have to like dodge my mic to be able to see my screen sometimes. Oh, I guess I didn't. There you go. You are now a moderator. I don't know how to mod here yet. I need to look things up. You just, I don't know, bro. You just right click things. I don't think it's that complicated.
I'm reloading.
When did I decide to stream full time?
Preparation
Well,
complete. Pilots, begin your assault.
I've been trying to pursue a career in this stuff for a little while now. Don't ever hold past this choke point. It's so troll. But I've been trying to do it for a while. I first was trying to be an Overwatch pro, and then the Overwatch scene started like dying down a lot. And then I was like, okay, well, I want to try something else. So I started trying doing Pokemon Unite stuff when it came out. And then I streamed it.
Successfully captured the waypoint.
So when I wasn't I a Unite pro? True, I basically was, man. But they're rezzing him, no.
Mega charge countdown has begun. Hard, set, jump stay. Prevent enemies from disarming the mega charge.
Roger that.
Do I hook and shoot or hook and beam blade? Honestly, it kind of depends on how much I expect the hook to actually, or them to actually be pulled to me. If I expect them to be pulled to me, then I beam blade. But if I don't, then I shoot. Because basically, like, if you commit to the beam blade and they don't get pulled against a wall or something like that, you don't get any damage onto them. So that kind of, it doesn't do that hot. That actually sucks.
Watch
I
your
get chased.
counter.
The mega charge countdown is nearly
How do we win this?
Watch out for a last minute charge.
mission complete. Victory is ours.
How do I recommend improving things like positioning?
Standing down.
Well, the most like simple way to do it is just every time you die, question why you died, you know? Like, if you, any situation you die, just go like, all right, what should I have done there that would have stopped me from dying? You know? And so that's like the main strategy to go for that. But really, it's a lot of it's like keeping a solid idea in your mind to try to, oh, I forgot to respond to him. Anyway, actually, I'm curious about something. Oh, I can't check now. But
This is a point capture.
thinking about like, just constantly be thinking about like what's the safest positioning for you to be in, you know? Particularly when you're playing in like defense or nothing's going on and you just want to fight or something like that. Just sit there and be like, what is the most advantageous positioning for me? Try and think about what you're trying to do, and then try and think about like how you can do that best, you know?
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
That's basically like the primary way of doing that. And then just in general, always be near cover. You should always be within cover. Like even Just as much as you can, you always want to try and be on cover. You want to be basically right next to a wall. Especially if you're playing tank characters. If you're playing tank characters, there's kind of no reason ever to be on a wall. Not to be on a wall. Like, I don't know. Like, say this little line thing here is like a wall, right? Being right here allows me to jiggle peek like this and be safer, right? Whereas if I'm here, I'm taking damage. I'm taking damage from this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle, but I'm still only able to attack the same angle. Whereas I can jiggle peek, you know? But even just in general, like, just constantly, like, traveling. Let's say, like, this is, like, the next corner I want to go to. You know, I play here, and then when I don't want to be there, I go straight to the next corner. This corner. Ooh, to this corner. Yeah, always be using the map as much as you can. Like, that's really what makes these games different from other games. You use the corners, you use the walls. And then you commit to things. You can't just stand around on this character, this game. Like, I'm just gonna go straight ahead and push onto the mega here because I know that I can. That's my goal. Ooh, this is perfect. I don't have anything to really stop me here. There's a set of enemies behind me. Hello? Ouch. Well, this guy's fed. Thanks for the res, homie. I'm using cover here. I really don't like being in the open. I'm hiding from that guy. This is just a very awkward situation in general, but I'm going to try and push into this gym sniper and poke him out. I'm using my cover to hide my line of sight from him. He doesn't know I'm there. This sort of thing, just always using cover. And they don't know you're there, and then you roll up on them and they're like, wait, what? How did that happen? That's crazy. They buffed Jim. Yeah, they did a small buff to Jim. Yeah, range buff and damage buff. Well, not damage buff, but bomb throw distance buff. Thanks for the rage, homies. I'm angry now. Are randoms generally good, or say stacking is miles clear? Stacking will always be a million times easier. Always. It's just that simple. Like, there's basically no... Damn, okay. Like, if I'm with my buddies right here and we're 6 of us, I just say, hey guys, hold on for a second. Alright, I'm pushing in 3, 2, 1. You know? It'll always be better. Yeah, that sniper has 1 HP, man. Where can you find those patch notes? I made a video about it if you want to hear my full thoughts about it. But then I also, you can just find them on the Gundam Evolution website. Alright. Damn it, the health back's taken. Oh, this guy's aim's bad. He was trying to get vengeance, but he failed. Well, res him, bro. No resers in the chat. Aim. I shouldn't have assumed my teammates were going to try and actually be able to do something good with that. Friends are playing Overwatch 2 as well, but I can't. Why can't you play Overwatch 2? You showed them this game, they said it looked like Roblox. That is exactly the same thing one of my friends said to me. I was like, hey man, take a look at this game. He's like, dude, that game looks crusty. And I was like, And I was like, I think tanks are more tanky in Overwatch 2. Yeah, even they were more tanky at their absolute least tanky in Overwatch 1, which really says something. The tanks in this game are very bad. Like, the base state of this game, I don't think he would play a tank. This guy got stuck. Sucks for him. Like basically, so during Overwatch 1, around season 3 end of Overwatch League, which I think was like 20 late 2019 or something like that. They nerfed tanks so badly because basically like the sustain in the game was so high during Overwatch 1 GOATs that they didn't know how to change it, or they refused to try to do it properly. So they buff damage, they nerf supports, or they buff damage, they nerf tanks. When really the problem was the supports keeping them up, and like especially Brigitte with her insane, crazy healing. And then so when they made it 2-2-2, the sustain was still in the game and the tanks were still weak. So you had to play the 2 characters that could survive against high burst damage and and facilitate high burst damage, because it was the only way you could kill things. So you played Orisa and Sigma. Orisa and Sigma were strong, like when they first released, but they got progressively nerfed more and more down until they were useless without each other. And they definitely made it so the other like tanks were garbage. Like they nerfed Reinhardt, they nerfed Diva, they nerfed Zarya, they nerfed mainly those 3. Winston was always kind of shit at that point, at that time, because he was really bad into armor. So he did 50% damage. So Brigitte, whenever she was like rallying, you didn't do any damage to her. you made it so her armor was net 0. And so then they made it so how to go from there. Let me think. Anyway, and so then they basically just like hated double shield because tanks always take the fall for other people's problems. I guess kind of how it always goes. Like people hated playing double shield because they hated shooting into shields, but they didn't know why like the shields were like an issue basically, or like why they were even there in the first place. Damn it, bro. But anyway, they didn't know why the tanks were being played and why like that was occurring, which is because of the supports being too strong and sustain being too high. Because essentially what you're supposed to be able to do is supposed to be able to like dive past the tanks, right? So say there's Orisa and Sigma in front of me, you jump onto them as Winston or Wrecking Ball or whatever, and you bypass them and you blow up the supports and the supports die, and that's that, you know? And then the tanks die immediately afterwards because they don't have any healing. That's how Overwatch works. That's what dive is supposed to do. And there's supposed to be some maps where it's too far for you to dive, so then you still play that spam characters. And so it's all supposed to be map dependent. But that is not how they designed the game. So that's how that went, right? But they blame the tanks because tanks have the least amount of population, so tanks are always going to get blamed for things because it's you have to piss off the fewest amount of people, basically. And so they'll do it because devs always take the easy road out, mainly because they're bad at games. They don't understand what they need to do. But that is what they end up doing, fortunately. Here, bro. But anyway, that's what they did. And I'm getting really distracted right now. I'm sorry, guys. But anyway, so they did that, right? And the fundamentals of the game hadn't changed. So like I was saying, you're still playing for high sustain constantly, whatever has the highest sustain, which became Brigitte and Baptiste together. And so then, like I was saying, to not be instantly perma-dead, you played the characters that survived against burst damage, which were Orisa and Sigma. Otherwise, you were just dying. Like, you couldn't play Reinhardt, you couldn't play Winston, because you would just immediately get rolled. Hey, man, come on. No one's to die. And that's how that goes. And so, you played those two. And then they just nerfed them down really, really hard. Because they're like, oh, we hate double shield. It's been like a year and a half of double shield. We'll nerf double shield. And so they just progressively kept nerfing Orisa and Sigma. But they were still the best tanks because the other ones were even worse. Let's see if I can just kill everyone here. Oh, we do? Okay. I shouldn't have used my thing. I shouldn't have used my my rage. Oh, I'm kind of mentally AFK. Hope we push up here and take this choke point back. Good. Good job, guys. We took damage on that guy. We're getting him rage too easily. Kill him! Kill him! Oh, nice. We got a turn on Gundam's ult. Yay. So, eventually, they nerfed the tanks down so badly, and then also buffed Roadhog in one patch, that you literally didn't play a main tank character. For the first time in the whole game, you didn't play either Orisa, Wrecking Ball, Reinhardt, or Winston. Because they were that bad. Wow. Okay. Could have punched back to the point. Or on. I could have done that. What do you think about them not increasing my hero's mag size? I think that's stupid. They're balancing based off of win rates. They don't know what they're doing. Sup, Manuel? How you doing, bro? What is going on here? What kind of diamonds for Saws to be? We're in increased range suits. They literally just buffed all the hit scan characters, which is stupid because hit scan characters are like almost always just the most busted things in games. Like literally without fail. It's very irritating. Just jump away from all my problems in life. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, somebody asked about like a good way to learn the game. There's a little guide they made on the English Gundam Evolution channel that no one's ever seen because they didn't advertise it, but it talks about how to play the game. It talks about the game mode, so you can go check that out. What it's called. Okay. So. Made a mistake in Unicorn instead of Zaku or Exia. Unless you like playing those characters. If you like playing support characters, then it's fine, not a mistake. Like Gundam fan before coming this game? No, I actually wasn't. I wasn't not a fan though. I just had never gone around to watching it yet. I'm sure I would have at some point. I do like mech anime. But I got into like a little sports anime kick recently. Pretty sick. I'm so tempted to hold these guys, but I don't need to, so I'm not gonna do it. Like mecha anime, you say, will your drill pierce the heavens? Yes, I have seen that one. You would have ulted? Yeah, you have to have self-control. You don't need it, we were so winning. Even when you're in a situation like this and you want to like push up and use your ult, you shouldn't. Whether you need it or not. But then again, I actively try and cultivate, right? I actively try and cultivate, like, not falling to my urges in life all the time, so. Like, there's times where I, like, I don't know, because I used to rage a lot and get really tilted in games and stuff like that. And it was really bad and it made me not play as well, maybe not climb as well. Granted, I had a lot of shit going on in my life at the time, but. Like Zakutu melee ult is pretty easy for you to build. It is, but If you're already winning the fight, it's really bad to use it. Really wish they'd do something about the delayed projectiles for abilities that have animations like Zaku, Im, and Marasai. Sometimes the hook just goes off so late you can't even tell. They're all very janky. They don't really make sense on the timing. How much of a ping diff from NA to Japan? Pretty substantial. Depends what you're playing, but the game feels kind of like the game doesn't have a lot of tactile response, essentially. Like if you're playing Overwatch, for example, when you're playing Roadhog and you hit a hook, you feel yourself throwing it, right? And then you feel when it hits and you feel pulling them in. In this game, it's just kind of like you're floating, like you're just like, yeah, the ping's at least 140 though. Like guns shoot on time, but abilities don't. Yeah, abilities are just kind of like on Sazabi's Tomahawk is the worst one in the game for that. You click the Tomahawk, and then it like kind of it just takes a while to go. Like you press it, it's like, and then it flies, and you're yeah. Just us, because in Japan it says you have 41. Maybe it only shows up to 2 digits. That's possible. What's up, Sasori? Are most Japan players on a different client? Yeah, they are, but we play on the same server, so. I'm usually floating 21 NA on Japan. You land the 86 and draw 57 in game. Yeah, it actually might be that it doesn't show the second value, or the third value anyway. Well, like I was saying with Sazabi, when you throw it, like you press the button and then your arm comes up, and then you're like right as you're about to start throwing it, then the Tomahawk throws. So it's like throw and then you finish through. It's very weird. There's not a single ability like that in Overwatch that feels like that. Like if there was, people would be like shocked, you know, at how like bad it feels. So I'm watching Japanese videos on the game and the complaints are the same as the US. Good. Good.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Good, we're united in our frustration. GBO2 has similar issues with the balance patches each month. A lot of their nerfs affect strong parts of a suit's kit, but never addresses the real issue. They balance off of stats too. Yeah, I don't know. Then we're screwed. A lot of your friends call Barbatos broken. You keep telling them it's a knowledge check. Got any idea what I can tell them? What do they play? If they play a 1 dash character, then it's not a knowledge check.
All pilots, prepare to attack.
If they're playing like a Zaku range or something, then yeah, it's a knowledge check, kind of. Except for the fact that you randomly just get shit on them. Like you randomly just get crapped on sometimes. Like in the middle of a fight because you can't hear because all the audio's super buggy and stuff like that.
Preparations complete. Pilots,
Unless they actually play the game at a high level, they won't understand the nuances that make the problem suits tick. Yeah. And to be fair, you need to play it at a very high level to understand that. Like, yeah, you have to get really high up to understand like the true nuances of things. Or they could just listen to me. Because I played a much more competitive, much harder game than this, and for a long time. Overwatch is way harder in this game. Overwatch is way more competitive too. I don't like that he jumps when he uses that ability. It makes him like get a free like hit dodge or cooldown dodge. Like, I'm shocked that I didn't get someone in that. Oh, I'm one. Yeah, he panicked, bro. He panicked and he left. But I win. Because I didn't. We're losing? Hello? Well, but you gotta understand about that. It's like, it is frustrating to play against. You don't want to have your, you want to have to be playing a game where you like, you don't want to have to play a game where you're constantly worried about like dying to something. It's not fun. Like that's the problem, is that it's not fun. You know, like something like that, like I don't know, what am I supposed to do about that, you know? Like he almost got me. Especially if you're playing a ping, they'll get you for sure. But they can just swing around corners like that and you can't dodge that. You have to predict it, but then if you're predicting it, your positioning is getting worse. On a Sazvi, you just can't at all. On like a Marasai, you kind of can, but sometimes you get forced into close quarters anyway. Where we at, bro? Come on.
Capturing objective C. Capturing objective C. Area contested.
If we want to shoot Barbatos mid fights though. Kind of odd they made a big deal of all the content creators they have for this game. Then they had the first balance match decided entirely by stats. I don't really know if that relates to content creators or whatever. I shouldn't have ulted there. Ah, I knew that shit was coming. Oh my gosh. I literally knew it. I was like, you know, this dude's gonna ult us. Gotta smack them spammer bots. True, there's actually so many. Thanks, Diego. I appreciate it, bro. Look at that ability just phase through that guy. Yeah, I'm holding my mouse a little bit different now, and it feels a little bit better. But I have a piece of tape, like, where my my middle finger goes. I feel like it was kind of messing up my aim a little bit. It was pushing my finger to the side where it didn't want to be normally. Damn. There's something about Pale Rider in like Soldier 76 and Overwatch that is like impossible for me to hit. Don't worry, homie, I got you. Ouch. No, no. I hate being caught on fire by that stuff. I do think its radius is really strong. It's really big. It should be nerfed down.
Capturing objective B.
Nope, not giving you the point. I'll die to hold this point. Hoping that this first patch, which they use stats for, is just because it was planned that way, and they're on, and from here on it'll be more in depth because they just melee get what? Just melee. That got us some English there. Give range more ammo. I wasn't a huge fan of. Yeah, okay. I mean, it was a really bad balance patch. It wasn't so bad. Like they didn't like buff like all the things that are broken in the game or anything, you know. Like they didn't just absolutely make everything super, like the OP things even more OP. So I guess it could have been worse, but the reason I feel like it's a little bit of a failure is because they lost an opportunity to do a balance patch with it. Because you won't have another one for another month. Hate that ultimate. Bring down Ashimar fire to the size of a gym bomb fire. I haven't really compared the size of those two yet. Worst part of your spelling is you're Irish, so you're a native English speaker. Oh, there you go, man. Damn, bro. Fucking slow. I'm glad they're nerfing that thing. Holy crap, man. That is like the only good change they added, basically, to be honest. Was literally the changes to that. The fact that shit pushes you is what is bad about that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Will you pull around a corner and you're just getting pushed around everywhere? I think you got it.
We'll get the job done.
You say someone else can touch. I need to hit that. Oh, he missed! He missed! No, anyone touch? No. I do think if they see player count dropping, they'll make patches faster. Doubt it. The player base is already dropping a lot. You think ults need a more noticeable signal? They should. Might as well have one, to be honest. My problem is that you can't react to Zaku ranged ult, Barbatos' ult, Ashimar's ult, Dom Trooper's ult, Turning Gundam's ult, Marasai's ult, Zaku Melee's ult, kind of Exia's ult, but you can't react to any of them. And you're just sitting there and all of a sudden you're just dead. You know, like if I have my Zaku ranged ult and I am in range of any of these people, I can kill any of them. You know, just dash, dead, because it reloads too. Marasai ult gets cancelled a lot though. Yeah, only if you're using it in the open. Mine doesn't get cancelled very often. Usually hit it and then pull around the corner like that. You see him and you go, boom. I don't want to lose this game though. Let's win here, guys. Let's take the W.
Mission accepted. Commencing combat.
You're all gods like me.
That was your best work, pilot.
I'm just a man. Got him. You suck. You missed me, bro. Zaku's too fast, bro. 2-3 times fast.
Hostile down. Area capture complete. Reloading.
I don't really think I want to take that duel. You kind of just get rolled by Zaku range if you let them hit you. Like if you miss your hook on a Zaku range, it'll pull up on you and its spread just kind of tickles every part of your body in Marasai. You can turn a grapple Zaku emote? Yeah, you can. But if they get smart and they just don't do it when you're around, then you kind of take that L. You're back to taking that L. My accuracy kind of sucks right now on this character. Okay. If stuns can counter ults, that's broken. No, stuns need to be able to counter ults. Because it's more tactile. It's not like... It's more tactical based. More mechanical, so it's not a big deal. It's good that stuns can cancel ults. Because right now there's no counterplay to them at all. And they just press a button and you die, and it's like cool. Well, I guess I didn't want to live. I hear a Barbatos around. We're getting rolled right now. But I capture the point. We said we just stun this out. Oh, this guy just walking through my damage on his body because he ping diffed me. He ping diffed to use that. As long as the stuns don't immediately mean you die. No, the ults mean you immediately die. They just walk up and look at you and they press a button and then you die. Yeah, and the Ashimar ult literally like blocks everything on your face, so... What as fuck? I'm gonna wait around for 10 seconds until I get my stuff. Alright, push boys, push! Except we don't want to ult here at all. And Marasai ult's gonna be even more random. You're just gonna have to toss it into a corner and hope it hits somebody. Because you're not gonna be able to actually like aim anything at it. Like, because they're slowing it down, you literally won't be able to predict anything. You'll just toss it towards where they are, and if they strafe wrong, they get hit by it. You can punch up with it. Yeah, you can punch up with most things like that, actually, in this game. It is pretty cool that you can do that. Damn, we Zaku melee ulted? Been Barbatos done that of ults? Well, your ult's broken, so I don't know what to tell you. Probably because it hits you from behind, technically. Like what happens? No, I shouldn't have let him know I was here. That ult's also busted AF. We killed mid ult dash as a barb. Wow, you don't have any protection. Yeah, dude, I shot him and he was like, fucking what? Like, what did you just do? Oh, wow. He king diffed me there, boys. Because I committed my dashes too early, he, there's no way to dodge it at that point. Yeah, I mean, if we were playing an NA, he wouldn't have hit me there. Most likely. I mean, I guess he could have still if he'd predicted it properly, but whatever. I committed my ults too early. But still, it's just... I think punishing you that badly for, like, missing, or, you know, mistiming a little bit, it's still not fun, though. Whether or not you deserve it is a different question. Wow, look at this guy just killed 2 people on our team because he fucking presses Q. Yeah, fuck you. You dash in any direction you want? Yeah, except for up. It's just horizontal dashes. One thing I would say is really annoying while playing Barb is the pencil hitbox of the mace combined with the slippy circle bodies when you dash. Yeah. It is annoying. But they had to nerf it down because it was way overpowered before. To be honest. We'll be back there, guys. Give me a second.
Mission confirmed. Exiting launch bay.
Are you ready? We're dropping you back in now.
I'm mission ready. Awaiting orders.
Mission accepted.
I do feel like a lot of people, I think we're going to see a drop in viewership at this point. Or a drop in players, I think.
I'm reloading.
The animation lock and the mace slam. You can dash out of it.
Roger. Deploying. Operation underway.
I believe. You can definitely jump out of it. I know for a fact you can jump out of it. I can't believe I missed that. Alright.
Captured objective C.
But yeah, I don't know why they like even when Barbatos was busted, I kind of looked at it and I was like, it doesn't really look very fun to play because of all the enemy unlocks and stuff like that.
Objective contested.
Ooh, that guy would have killed me. Oh. That rude. Get away from me. What's up, attacked by demons? Wait till this game's on console? Yeah, me too, to be honest. I wasn't looking at the fucking screen.
Capturing objective B. We've captured objective B. Our forces have the advantage.
I'm curious, do you think the introduction of new suits will balance this game or better than the devs can currently do? Nah. More variables doesn't make things simpler. Damn, I always feel like the time for the hook to initiate. I basically move off of the old one. I need to fix that. I need to be more snappy.
Area contested.
Yeah, the whole destruction of someone's body with the sword is ridiculously broken. It lets Barbatos just int and trade. Yeah, okay, well. You see how he just kind of waited for me to move and went after me? You can do that on this character.
3 minutes remaining. Target changed to objective
I like this guy's about to press Q. It's broken, but it's needed? No, it's not. It just lets you int. It like completely will let you dominate on certain game types, like 2CP, where you can just feed your brains out and get a lot of value out of it. Are you serious? So you can just feed your brains out and trade for a kill every single life and you'll win the game because of it. In a game where nowhere else gets that benefit. You appreciate my videos? Gives you good knowledge of which Gundam you should use when the game comes out for console. Thanks for watching, man. We appreciate everyone watching the videos. They're losing. That's crazy to me. Wait. What the fuck just happened? Yeah, feels bad for my Sazabi. That guy just gets to get a free kill out of that, like, because of that. Oh wow, yeah, he just waits for me to commit. He missed, but he should have been able to kill me there because he just got close to me. He had more dashes than I did. But he can just wait for me to commit stuff. Gosh, this slow is miserable. Holy shit. I think a good buff for gun tank would be guns not overheating. I think a good buff would be for them to give them an ability that actually gives it a specialization.
1 minute remaining.
Like maybe make its damage be higher from up close. Even would be fine. Because then you'd be able to actually like bully things from up close more. I didn't get him their shield. Damn it. Might get my ult.
30 seconds left in the mission.
Now we're gonna lose this one.
Do whatever it takes to win this round.
Ignore all other targets. Take that objective.
I don't want to have to clutch, but I'm going to. Ooh, that's a big pick. Not touch anymore, not any more responsibility.
Mission complete.
Damn.
We've been
Oh well, I need to play better. It's my bad.
Terribly sorry.
Did Marasai deserve the nerf? Not that nerf, it just needed to be changed. The one shot and the fact that it just gets a free one shot every time it hooks something, and the fact that it's annoying and people don't like playing against that stuff is painful. Mine is 85. 77. GG, dude. About casual, should I not bother about my win ratio? I can't get past 50%. I feel like people only play team deathmatch here. Being in Europe is hard to find ranked matches, but I enjoy the flow much more. Just play in another region and in ranked. is what I would say. And don't worry about your win rate. Just have fun. If you're playing casual, especially. Will this game be crossplay? They have not. They've said so far it's leaning towards no. They said that there won't be crossplay, but they haven't. Well, they said there isn't going to be like right now, but they haven't said in the future. So is the character as bad as Roadhog? Yeah. The same fundamental concept. What mobile suits do I want the most to be added in season 2? I just want popular characters, so it bumps up the interest in the game. Like getting some like heavy arms might be kind of sick. Do I know if some mobile suits dash further than other ones? Yeah, they do. Melee Zaku has some of the shortest dashes. They're really weird and bugged out. You're late? Miss a little bit of climbing. Let's see something. But it'll be really interesting to watch like the average players on Steam now that the balance patch came out. Because it didn't, I mean, to be fair, based on my poll, that wasn't what most people were going to base their decision to play the game or not on. But it was still a heavy chunk. I should actually go look at that, see what my numbers were. Let's see. Can you post the Steam charts? I mean, if you want to. I don't know if it's going to block it or not. It might. I might be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You get banned. Alright, I'm going to hit all my shots on this character. Let's give Sazabi a try. I want to see how bad it is on ping. Probably gonna be pretty miserable, but we'll see. It'll be an experience. Turn my fan on.
I'm launching. Your mission is to defend the 2 objectives. Warning, enemy attack imminent.
Alright, let's see.
Battle stations, hostiles incoming.
When did I put it? So 20% of my viewers, actually more than 20%, it's like 25%, said that they're going to make their decision to keep playing the game or not based on this balance patch. So, yeah, I don't think most people are happy with it. Let's put it this way. I feel like the people who were happy with it, or the people who didn't like it, are probably the ones who are going to like be more a little bit more critical of the game. You know? You updating every month? Yeah, that's what they said. Look, I'm gonna get killed through my shield a lot though.
The enemy has begun their assault. Roger. Beginning the operation. No way these chumps get past us. Show us your best work, pilot. Chew on this. Here. Sighted and
Where are they all at though? Basically, like, if you guys look at the patch numbers, it was like 25% said they're gonna make their decision based on like the game right after this patch, and then a large portion were also saying that they're going to wait till the season 2 to see if they like hard push stuff. Yeah, the whole Sazabi 1v1 is gonna be kind of miserable. They are planting, bro. How the f did we let them plant? You know, stop trying to. Well, the EU server is broken, so you won't get games at all. It's actually silly that we let them plant. No, we can't possibly defuse. Need a teammate to try and plant. Defuse so I can, I guess just lose. I hate roll lock in Overwatch. Roll lock in Overwatch is horrible. It's honestly just a death sentence for the game long term. Just having to, like, the queue times is just miserable. Really, 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 really bad. Homeboy flying in from the ceiling. Rip. I'll have to play hella aggro under Sazabi, because if I don't, I'm just gonna get I'm walking the face nonstop. Movement definitely feels weird on this character on ping. I can feel it. That was funny. Ah, yes, the good old just the eye to eye button. Dude, the oppressive force of that ultimate is insane. Imagine if you had a Hanzo dragon, you could literally like pull around in Overwatch. Dang, man. My whole team had to literally scatter. We like half of us died because of that ultimate. What are we supposed to do about it? Like shoot him through the ceiling? Yeah. Yeah, we needed to defuse early. Probably gonna miss our opportunity, to be honest. No? Nice, I got it. All else fails, will force a bunch of L's with Sazabi. True. The way you do it is you just have, you know, everyone try and play a Sazabi, but if you're playing against a Sazabi player, you swap. There can only be one Sazabi player. Because that would just negate the effect. Make it neutral. This would be kind of sad because I do want to be able to play. What? Did my thing just phase through his bar? I do really want to be able to play these main tank characters. It's definitely my strength. You know, and I feel like I kind of can't as well. I'm gonna try playing some of this character though. Got a Barbatos behind me. They're just everywhere. Go, go. Does Sosby get 2 dashes but shorter? No, it should just actually be able to stun through, it should be able to defend itself against stuns. It can't do that right now, and that's his problem. Nah, he's fucked. Needs to be able to block from stuns. Like, dude, I don't know, like if a Barbatos hits me from behind, fine. But if I'm looking at him at all and I'm shielding, I should block that.
Select the suit you
I also shouldn't be able to shoot the shield though. Does Sosby do damage when you fly through an enemy after his axe? Yes, you do. It's 100 damage. Make him too good. If you make it so they can't shoot their shields, it'll be fine.
Everybody ready? Let's go.
Other than that, this character's useless.
Are you ready? We're dropping you back in now. Right. Preparations complete.
Are you sure a tank is even a role that actually exists in this game? Yes. You have to have tanks in this game. Fundamentally have to have them. And they exist. The only arguments against tanks existing are really just, oh, they didn't say they didn't say there's roles in the games. Well, the devs don't know what the devs either partially don't know, or they don't want people to think there's roles because they think that roles are why Overwatch is bad. Yeah, the only argument people say is this isn't Overwatch. Well, it doesn't fucking matter. This is a team-based objective hero shooter. You have characters with different abilities. They automatically segment into different roles. It's how they do it. Tanks in this game are more space maker / area denial. Yes, that is what tanks are in Overwatch. That's what tanks are in team-based hero shooter objective games. It's just that the tanks in this game are severely underkitted. It's like giving Reinhardt a shield, but he can be stunned through his shield. They did that for a little while, and Brigitte could stun through it, and it was miserable. Like that. How did that guy just tank? He didn't. He just took a stun to the face. He couldn't force us to stay in that objective at all. But like a Sosby versus Sosby 1 like matchup isn't even the best example of that. Like an RX-78 Gundam would have done the same exact thing to Sosby except easier.
Select the suit you wish to pilot. I won't fall for that again.
CC in this game is too good. Well, kind of. It's really more the shields are bad, but you know, that's the two sides of the same issue. You know. We planted. Maybe next patch I'll be able to kill that. Maybe I should play more like an assassin, then I should play a different character. I'm feeding. I fed really badly there. Yeah, it doesn't, like, that's the thing, man. If you make characters different from each other, they become roles automatically. It has nothing to do with the fact that you like put names to them or not put names to them. You know? Well, I boosted a lot there. Yep, for better or for worse, roles are inherent in games. It's definitely for better.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
They add a lot of nuance to games. Like, imagine playing RPG games without roles. Lame.
The enemy has
There are a lot of games, a lot of shooters without roles, and they're just Call of Duty.
objective contested.
And people like that game, but not every game needs to be like that, you know? Not every game needs to have roles. What am I supposed to do about that? The hitbox is so massive I can't dodge it. So Skyrim, that's actually really funny because I was literally thinking about Skyrim as an example. But even in Skyrim, you make a role, you just design it out yourself.
They discovered my location. Enemy flyer down.
I need to get some health. Wow, that guy missed me. That is insane. RPGs can work without roles. So when I say RPGs, I meant more MMOs. MMOs would be lame without roles, you know? But it doesn't matter, because as long as things can be different, they will automatically have roles into them.
Sorry, this is it for me. They discovered my location.
There's no argument you can make against that.
Enemy flyer down. Enemy unit destroyed.
Look, even in a game like Valorant, there's roles.
We can take them. Round complete.
I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Now, what you can definitely say is like this, right? So you normally would have like a triangle of like tanking capability, space making, supportive / utility, and then raw frag power. And every character in Gundam Evolution is going to be like, you know, somewhere in this triangle. But in Overwatch, they're going to be more like centralized, or they're going to be more like sent around and put into different categories a lot more. But what you're going to have in Gundam Evolution is they're all going to be more pushed towards the damage category, but it's going to be something like instead of it being like everywhere, it's going to be more like this.
Right. Preparations complete.
The battlefield awaits.
You know, everything has roles. Now, for when you have it so all the kits in the game are the same, how do healers place in that triangle? Support / utility. It's actually not just a triangle. It's a very like simple way of breaking that down. When did the culture of buffing the counter instead of nerfing the problem become a thing? Yeah, that's just silly, bro. That's basically just like that'd be like, hey, let's just give one person the vaccine instead of just killing the disease.
The enemy has begun their assault.
Yeah, it's basically an attempt to not make people feel so bad about it, but it ends up feeling worse for them too, you know?
Show us your best work, pilot.
Would be interesting if Overwatch or Gundam Evolution had a smoker role like Valorant. They do. It's called a main tank. They fill the same position.
Allies' mobile suit has been destroyed.
Like, you know, answer me this. What does smokes do in Valorant? I want to be on this high ground up there. Book it, we're going. Man, they're already fucking planting again.
Enemy unit destroyed.
Smoke stall pushes and they enable pushes. What stalls pushes and enable pushes in a hero shooter? It's a main tank. It's about space. When you throw a smoke at an entryway as you're pushing through it, what are you doing? You're reducing the amount of time in which you're you're reducing the likelihood of you're reducing the amount of time of your team taking damage.
Enemy unit spotted. 1 minute remaining. I won't fall for that again.
So it basically makes it so you're safer pushing through a choke, right? The rest of your team is anyway. That's what smokes do. And that's the same sort of thing what a main tank does. Either they do it by like literally putting their body in the way, or their shield. Oh man, I didn't have any fucking dash left. No. Stupid character. Well, both supports and tanks feel dog in this game because they didn't give the supports, like, as much as they did give the supports like more ability to yeah, I get dash that, I guess. As much as they gave the supports more ability to like defend themselves by moving around more, they also made it so that you can't like, they also made the movement disparity worse. Who the fuck is around me? Stop talking to you guys. They can be make me really not focus on the game at all.
That mega charge is going to flow. Disarm it.
Come on, go for it. Diffuse. Whatever. Is Bangalore an off tank? I don't actually know what all the characters do. Paddles want to do damage, not tank or support. They would like to play tank or support if they're fun. You just stop making them not fun. They are very much not fun in this game. Supporting is pretty okay in this game. Holy shit, man. Maybe I could stop this shit. Wait, that was on A. Dude, I feel like I'm being slowed. Maybe Sazabi's just slow. I was gonna say that's probably perception. Like, the supports are okay in this game. It's just that they're very, very vulnerable too because the flankers are so powerful and there's like nothing to defend them. The only thing they can defend themselves is their own movement, but then the enemies have more, like the flankers have more movement than they do, so. I'm really missing these shots. Please, I hope someone presses that. Help him! Help him! Oh, he body blocked it! Finally, for once. We're back, guys. Give me a second.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Was feeling like he wasn't going to defuse. True. I did not think he was going to get the defuse off either, to be completely honest with you guys. But anyway, right? So yeah. If this is a choke point, let me see. There's a choke point right here. And my team have to walk through. If we're playing Call of Duty and there's a choke point like this hard, right? From here to here. They're going to walk through and the enemies are going to be standing here, back here, and on this angle. And they're just going to wait. And when they walk around the corner, they're going to frag them. They're going to die. You'll never, ever get through. Ever. So what do? You either go the route of having a tank that can push through and then go pew, pew, pew. So these guys are like, oh crap, I have to back up. Meaning your team can walk in safe. Or you have a literal shield like Reinhardt that your team can walk through. And then the other option is to throw smokes. So you throw smokes. The smokes explode here. These guys can't see what's going on. That makes this area like way safer to walk into. Valorant. And CSGO. Happening. I hear people. Am I getting shot in spawn or something? Ozzy just needs to be able to shield. It's that simple. You shield stuns. But since you can't push through that stun safely, it's like it's basically like you can't push through that shield safely because you weren't given the tools to in this game with Sazabi. Son of a bitch, bro. Ping diffed. Actually ping diffed there. I can't even hear him until he's already killing me. But it literally be like they have like a character that can sweep up the smoke. Like they literally just look at it and they sweep up the smoke, and then you die if your smoke gets you're swept up. That's basically what's how you would Explain that. Like that's what this game is, and that's why like the tanks are so bad. Well, you're just terrible. Why are we just trickling in? Stop it, man. Dude, for fuck's sake, man. I'm so annoyed by this. Like, kill them before we try and just plant, man. For fuck's sake. No, I can do it. Hells yeah, I can. What am I supposed to do about that? If I dash too early, he just holds it and pushes it into me. If I try and min-max it, I get killed because of ping. Yeah, it's why I didn't really want to play Sazabi on the server. But I'm do it anyway, 'cause it's my best character, so. But yeah, so that's basically the problem, right? Like you throw out your smokes and you get killed for having your smokes out. It's like they literally sweep them up and then you auto die, and that's the character that they've designed. Or if you like, if your smokes are out for more than like 2 seconds, they get burst down because of whatever, and then you basically trade your whole life to get through the choke. Like this is a choke, you push it on Sosby, you go pew pew pew, and then you're already burst down or you're stunned. They're not really balancing too much off of lore, to be honest. They are kind of, but who thinks like a ninja plant? Dude, my frames just dropped to actually 2. Well, you know, whatever happens to me right now is worth it. Worth. Dude, how low? Get away from me. You just watched UFC 280? Nice. I did not. How was it? This guy is just bad. That's why he's missing me a lot. Warhammer hero shooter would go hard. I just want some more hero shooters. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. GG's, we win. LOL.
That had to break some kind of record, right? Wish every battle could go this well.
Lore Exia is also nowhere near as huge as endgame Exia. Is that a fact? Exia wiki. Let's see. It says it's 18.3 meters. Sazabi is bigger. Sazabi's 25, yeah. Stop winning his Sazabi, they'll never fix him. True. I'm actually cursing things. I've seen something that said that designing a game towards esports can make it less fun. I think that could be the problem here. Other than fixing the game with data, this game is 0% designed towards fucking esports, bro. This game is actually 0% designed towards esports. There's absolutely no competitive integrity in this game. That's not true. There is less in Pokemon Unite, but there is very minimal. Yeah, like let's just see. This character's balanced. This character counters competitive integrity. This one does too. This one does. This one's just trash. This one's fine. This one does counters competitive integrity. So does this one. So does this one. So does this one. So does Marasai. So does Exia. So does Melee Zaku. So does Unicorn. All of the game modes counter competitive integrity or competitive viability, I guess. This game is not designed for pros. Pros would eat this game alive. If this game ever did have like a proper like set of 6 pros versus 6 pros, like you took 6 Overwatch pros versus another 6 Overwatch pros and you threw them into a like and you told them to play this game for 2 weeks, they would eat this game alive. You would never, like on any sort of the bomb planting modes, you would never lose on attack. It would go to a draw every time. On some of the 2 CP maps, you would never capture the point ever. Like on Harbor, they would never capture the first point. Actually, they would never capture either point really, unless the sniper on offense just happened to really pop off, like amazingly pop off.
Everybody ready? Let's go.
About to hit 10K. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. Pretty cool. Thanks for supporting me, guys.
All pilots,
Wink.
prepare to attack.
Also, for those of you who haven't joined my Discord yet, if you guys want to do that, you could do that. It's in the description. Pretty cool. I do stream pings there, so you don't have to trust the YouTube system.
Chew on this.
I think you have 5 draws. There's a lot of draws that happen in this game. Draws aren't fun. Nobody likes draws.
Chew on this.
Pretty funny to see how big this is compared to that.
Reloading. 1 sec.
We're in the Discord for some more wacky and cringe comments by Old Man Vox. True. True, true, true. Jim Sniper feels kind of clunky compared to Widow. Yeah, most things in this game feel clunky compared to them. But Jim Sniper is way stronger than Widow is.
Let's go, everyone. Let's get this party.
Got me after getting slapped by a Sazabi. It wasn't me. Wait, what is this guy? What do you think you're doing? What do these people think they're doing, man? They're throwing so hard. Six mobile suits versus 6 normal people. I don't know how well it's gonna go. Well, if you're on Sazabi, you'd never be able to damage them. You'd never be able to damage them because the buckshot would spread too much on your shotgun. Or guys, he's just poking me out of range. OMG, did you just body block while someone is rezzing? Is this the power of the new type? Yeah, that is the power of the new type. Hate when your team feeds. Yeah, and people do that, so that could be. How's the latency? It's Japanese, because I'm playing the Japanese server, so. Yeah, the Tomahawk hitbox is the smallest hitbox I've seen in any game ever. Like, I literally have not seen a smaller one. It's impressively small. If I still have a console, you'd like to see me play Gundam Battle Operation 2. I think better than getting stun locked by 3 people in an already slow game. That doesn't really sound fun to me, to be honest. I've had enough stun locking in my life. I have trauma from being stun locked so much. Look, when you're trying to grind a game to be pro and all, like, just playing the game is suffering, back on Overwatch, if you get stun locked permanently, you're literally developing trauma, to be honest. Rip. Oh, he just didn't shoot me. He said, you know what? Wait, did you guys see that? That's the stuff I talked about, that I'll die. Salisbury was a lot stronger in the network test though, because you could you would get consistent kills from like mid range and things. Now you tickle. We should not be pushing. There's no way we win this.
Enemy unit destroyed. Here, enemy team maneuver activated. Objective contested. You want this? Enemy unit spotted.
I want them to make a Gundam Evolution anime, and Char pops up in a Sazabi, and he's like acting all like he's the hot crap, and then he just gets murdered over and over and over again. Oh, I'm dead. It is a miracle that I did not die to this. I'm stuck in such a bad situation though.
You found me. Shield is holding. Enemy brawler down for the count. Capturing the objective. Going all out. Got a lock on me. They've got a lock on me. Objective contested. Using a long way to be.
On the fly, boys. No.
Fight for control of the target. Sighted an enemy unit.
Little go-kart ult is the most goofy looking thing in the game. Not saying some. Ah, no. Kill him. Kill him. Don't let them res him. Like, they didn't even try to res him. Oh? Barbatos, I forgive you for all the things you've done to me before. Got him. It's okay, boys. Some year we'll be able to. We'll be able to fucking. You unironically think Guntank is better than Sazabi? You know, you're wrong about that. But Guntank is the worst character that's ever been made in a game before, for sure.
Objective contested.
It's a Char focused episode, and then he gets fucking barb maced. Yeah, exactly. And then he's just like, you see him bleeding out, and he's crying. That was a good hold, though. That was a lack of competitive design, where there's crazy levels of respawns. And look, here's the thing, man. Like high rank or like random players don't even know how to like go for these like last minute stalls like pro players will. Pro players will abuse it. And they'll min-max exactly who's touching when and stuff like that, and you'll never be able to take a point. Even on this map. What is damaging me? Excuse me, sir, I'd like my paper plate shield to be back. My hero's really bad. My hero's better than Guntank on certain positions. Your friend loves playing Guntank. A lot of people like playing Guntank. A lot of people like playing Guntank.
Select the suit you wish to
And
pilot.
because there's so many people playing it, that's why people think it's okay. Battle operation allows melee stunts to go through, but does not let the damage from it. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know exactly how that game works, so. Does anyone think it's worth it to hip fire? Depends on the situation.
Everybody ready? Let's go.
How do I feel stuns did no damage? Like where they stun you did no damage? That'd be a step in the right direction.
Preparations complete.
But you just shouldn't be able to stun through your shield, and then you should have to like decide whether to shield or not. You know? Like if there's like an enemy over there and I can't shield and shoot at the same time, I'm gonna have to like shield myself, you know, dash over here, hold this corner. He's not gonna be able to play here anymore because he's risking getting hit in the face by me. Well, let's say it's an RX-70 Gundam. I'm gonna pull up on him, shoot him, and then immediately shield, so that he has to like decide when to try and hyper hammer me, that kind of stuff, you know. And if he misses and hits my shield, he just pushes me back, like knock me back kind of like that, right? So then I have to use my shield to push back again. That would be fine, that'd be fair.
The enemy has begun their assault. Roger. Beginning the operation.
Ready. Moving into attack range.
Show us your best work, pilot.
Gunting is great when you're lagging. Oh fuck, I did not mean to dash. The dashes feel like more spastic on are they really all pushing through here? And we're just letting them? The Exium, come on. Don't ever go through that choke, guys. It's really, really bad. We should have absolutely clapped in there. Maybe stuns don't go through shields but deal increased damage. I mean, I could even understand that argument. That might be fair. You have to look at actually how it plays out, but that could be acceptable.
They've nearly captured the objective. Eliminate the enemy as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can win this. Nope.
The enemy has captured objective A. Reposition and defend objective B.
Yeah, but just being able to stun is just silly. Like, I don't know. Games need to do what it takes to not have stuns in the game. Stuns are not fun to play against at all. No one likes stuns. And it basically makes it so no one wants to play tank. And you don't necessarily need them to be very powerful. I reloaded earlier. I got surrounded. Okay. Well, I should have been paying better attention to where they were going to be and stuff like that, but fuck's sake, man. Oh my gosh. Alright, gonna push in the point. Touch! Anybody touch? For 1 second, touch the damn point. Oh, do you guys see that? What? Dude, don't touch! Touch the point, you pieces of shit. You kind of melted? Yeah, dude. I didn't even get stunned. I'm telling you, Diego, the stuns in this game are miserable. Stuns are silly. Can't tank at all. You still have the responsibility to tank. I'm actually sad we fucking got rolled out hard though. Why are most NA players on Japan servers? Because there's not a lot of people playing on NA ranked, so you basically just lose a bunch of SR, you lose a lot more than you gain because you're not playing with people that are your rank.
Ready? Let's go. You're doing fine, pilot. Keep it up.
So you just switch and go somewhere else.
Oh yeah, this thing is handled.
No, you just shouldn't be able to stun through shields on tanks. Even if it's only for a short time. Even if I'm stunned for half the time, if I get focused at all. JP players want to play team games? No, not in the slightest. They're the same. Everyone's the same. In fact, they have less experience with these kind of games. If this game had been advertised in America, the NA server would be better 100%. Same thing that happened with like Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite players in NA were a lot better. The Japanese team went to the Worlds, which all of it was a meme in general, but they went to the Worlds and they got absolutely crap stomped. And then NA players just absolutely swept. They swept everything. It's better now. No, Vox, I'm telling you, bro, that's just perception. They're literally just people, man. They're just people. It doesn't change anything. Yeah, there's some cultural things, but that doesn't really affect too much when you have like... Okay, the fact that that displaces me is bullshit. I could have tanked that and taken the health back and I would have been fine. You're not crazy, bro. You should have selective bias. It's simple.
1 minute remaining.
Not about being crazy. Everyone does that shit. We're just biased. People do that. Perception bias is pretty strong. in the minds of human beings. Get him, bro. Not like that, though. We should not be here. Maybe the exit nerfs will be enough? Nah, they won't. Holy crap, get the hell away from me. I'm dead. Are we gonna touch the point though? Dude, stop fucking doing stupid shit and touch the point. Guns are counters to tanks. How are you gonna counter them? Well, you're gonna make it so tanks aren't impressive in the first place. You shouldn't be able to stand right on top of a Sazbi. That's why you were given capabilities to do other things.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
The only things that'll change about the melee Zaku or the Exia nerfs is that people will perceive that the characters are weaker. And they won't play them as much.
Are you ready?
What's gonna happen?
Dropping you back in now.
Right. Preparations complete. Mission accepted.
Look. Vox, if you have some data that shows me literally numbers based that Japanese players stand closer together, I'll believe you. But otherwise, it's like this. You play like 10 games, you're on a new server, you're willing to get a new chance, you're feeling better about things, you're feeling confident about Japan, all that stuff. You have 2 good games where your team groups up and you're like, oh, perfect. Then you have 2 bad games and you're like, ah, it's okay, it's Japan. It's alright, it's just, you know, a little off game.
The enemy has begun their assault.
Roger. I won't let you down. Watch for enemy movement. Enemy unit spotted.
Combat in progress. Deploy at once.
Actually, nerf is not anywhere near good enough. Doesn't change anything.
Got a lock on me. Reloading. 1 sec. Providing combat support. Enemy unit spotted. Shield is holding.
All you need to do is make it so tanks can't shoot through shields. Wait, where the hell did you come from? Yeah, X shouldn't be able to stun through shields and it shouldn't be able to push people around. It would still be strong. Am I using an arm sleeves? Yes. I have elbow pain. Oh, we lose. I just don't even know how that happened. Whatever. Go next.
Mission complete. We've been defeated.
But you also have to understand, you don't want your teammates to all be standing on top of you. You want them to be pushing at the same time. You don't want them to be standing on top of you. If they're standing on top of you, you're playing the same angle. This Hamuchin guy is complaining. He's like, to be expected of Japanese player, or like of gold players. Like to be expected of a gold player, no one reses. Same thing they say on NA server, man. Perception, man. Perception. You trust your Japanese teammates more. You play more for them around. That guy's from NA, plot twist? Yeah, maybe. Oh, I think I'm tired of playing Sazbi already. Yeah, as expected of golds. Nobody repairs, exactly.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I'll give Sazbi a round, we'll see how it goes. You admit that you might be suffering from a placebo effect? Yeah. The only difference between I'm noticing between this server and the other server is that there's more people on it, so games are faster and they tend to be closer rank to you.
Everybody ready?
Tend to be.
Your goal is to capture the target waypoints.
It's just, it's not really research you can make though is the problem.
All pilots,
To play, you'd have to like literally write down data and find a way to like, you know, empirically decide that sort of stuff. The kamikaze mentality is always good in games because you can accept to lose or try it and have a possibility to win a fight. It's good for learning if you use it to actually learn.
operations complete.
What
Pilots,
role do I think will be added next? What do you mean?
Let's go, everyone.
Which character type?
good luck out there.
I don't know. Probably some chonky. I don't even know. It's, who knows. I am not a tank. I am an under-optimized, chunky damage dealer. Don't give him the point. No. We are losing so much percentage out of this. Even if we win this fight or lose this fight, we just lost like a rash ton of percentage. My shield's useless. Against Sazabi, hitbox to health ratio is too strong. Yeah. You need a VPN to play Asia? No. You should select it in like the beginning screen. Dang. But we captured it. Whoa! They're literally running everywhere around us though. He's his health and it should be solved. You'd have to give him like 4,000 HP. You would literally have to give him like 4,000 HP. Even that wouldn't be that good because character melts. Any focus fire. You do not play this character in like a team environment at all. You should, but you can't. It's like the one proper main tank and you can't play it. Back to I think I was talking about with like Roadhog becoming meta because the other main tanks were dog, and so you play like a pseudo main tank. That's bad. No shield, half HP, have to fully disengage. I think I need my ult. We're okay. As soon as they get out of like really close range from me, my like effective damage becomes so low. Saws with 2k is good enough? Nope. Still be crap. Still be crap. I'm following you guys. Until you can shield yourself, you be garbage. Yeah, but they don't need to really add health, they need to fix shields. The solution is just fixing the way the shields work. Kill this bastard before he ults. He's gonna ult us and kill us soon. Dude, what are we doing at any given time in this game? You guys see I'm just getting bullied though? I have to reload. Oh, I did it too early. No. Did it again, bro. Why do I have to pump the shotgun for it to actually register that I have a bullet in my thing? I know that's technically how that actually does work, but Am I really getting stunned off the point? Oh, fucking ammo. Fuck me. Watch. Yep, Sazabi really does randomly just take damage. For sure, a lot. Man. This fucker gonna ult soon? Or do you already ult? Come on, man. He's underneath us. Pain. After watching this, it's very clear they need to nerf Sazabi. True. Sazabi is very bad in a situation where you can get surrounded in anyway. Getting surrounded at all, you just die.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I'm not playing Sazabi on a map like that. It's just boring. Yeah, let's just nerf Sazabi even more. I think that's a strategy for sure. Someone fucking add me in the general. Who's adding me?
Confirmed. First launch is green.
You're doing fine, pilot. Keep it up.
Weird.
Understood. Ready to proceed. I'm counting on all of you.
People being weird. People are weird in the main server. Is Spark to focus on the tank and T fights? Yeah, for sure it is. Especially in this game, just blow them up really quick. Do I think the patch notes are good for the longevity of the game? No. I think it shows a very, very, very bad sign. That they're balancing purely based off of win rates. And that means they don't understand how their game works. And that means the balances will continue to be haphazard. There'll be basically whoever complains the most. Like, yeah, they'll nerf whatever people complain about. But they're not going to really necessarily be doing good nerfs. And them nerfing things that people complain about doesn't mean anything, because you get to a point where, like, it's not going to be that obvious what needs to be changed. Like, yeah, they try, you know, which is good, I guess, but balancing off of numbers means they don't understand fundamentals. So people will always be complaining about things because there will always be serious issues, and they'll just be like a bunch of monkeys trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Is a funny thing that I've heard explained as. Need to hire me? Yeah, they actually do, to be honest. I'll do like, I forget what it's called, like where they pay you to... Stop shooting him, bro! What are you doing? Guy's about to have his rage, man. I'm gonna get his rage for free, man. Like, oh, make him work for it at least. This Exia literally always has a ult. Get the hell away from me. Consultant work? Yeah, consultant work. That's what I want them to do. Rip. Okay. Devils will never play at the level they need to be able to batch the game properly. That is true. They don't have, well, they're all like 50-year-old men. You don't get to that level unless you play the game constantly and you don't have a job and stuff like that too, but like, or haven't played another game before. So yeah, I agree with you. But that's why you have to listen to other people. I am so shit right now. Imagine trying to offer a Japanese dev constructive criticism. They've seemed pretty staunch in their ideas. These ones have seemed like they want to fix things. Like, it seems like they're trying. It just seems like they don't have any idea how to do it. And it seems like the fundamental things that they started everything off of is wrong. Actually, is literally everywhere I turn around. Dude, I have... What am I supposed to fucking do, man? Tanks that aren't tanks. Look, they basically are stuck in the mentality of like your average like platinum ranked player in Overwatch during GOATS time period. No, don't give it to him, don't give it to him. Okay, that goes through that. That's just fucking astounding. But they are literally like a gold platinum Genji player who played GOATS and then kept playing the game in double shield and was like, oh my gosh, Overwatch is so bad because of tanks. There's two shields in front of my face. Oh, tanks. When it was really the supports. When it was the supports that made it that strong. Dude, for fuck's sake, man. You know what? Fuck you. Actually, it's fucking insane, man. Supports were too strong and that was the problem. So you could sustain 3 tanks like that and you'd use all the broken ultimates, and you had a Lucio and a Brigitte and a Zenyatta with 3 broken sustained support ultimates. Tazabi health increased from 1400 to 1401. Yeah, seems about right. Dang. Yeah, that's ping right there. Oh well, you lose some games. But anyway, and so they hate tanks and they hate shields and then they hate rolls because they think that's what's wrong with Overwatch. It was a good hook? Well, fine. I mean, he hit me, right? So I guess it was good, but... I'll be right back, guys. Find that casually not having roles to make it more fun in the short term. Like we talked about, as soon as you have any sort of heroes in the game with different abilities, roles will automatically form. As soon as you have a character that's more tanky than other characters in a game like this, you'll have a healer. And then there you go, there's your roles. Yeah, they're chunky damage dealers that are actually just undervalued. Yeah. You notice melees are very strong. We buffed ammo for everyone else. We understand this will heavily affect the shield characters, so we buff their range. Just why not give Sazabi Pale Rider's gun, bro? Give him Pale Rider's gun and just take away the shield and just make this Call of Duty, you know? Ever play League or Dota? No. If it's to be a hook. No, like
Mission accepted.
they just need to fix the way shields work, and they just need to turn some of these problematic tanky characters into. They need to turn them into tanks. Make them be able to control more space, but not one-shot things. I boom my chair, guys. Now it's no longer blocking things. If we lose this, I'll be kind of upset. So we're actually losing this though. Alright. I am fine. They need to have true character roles. No, they already have true character roles. Look, just because they haven't like literally segmented them down and written it into the game, like literally the words, doesn't mean they're not there. It's like just because there's not written down in like a book or something that 2 is bigger than 1 doesn't mean 2 is not bigger than 1. It didn't address stacking at all. Yeah, it's like number 27 on their list of priorities.
They won't get me this time. Here it comes.
A little tick roll damage from range. Damn, there's somebody flanking me. Please be available. Damn it, man. Alright, can we win? Maybe? Is there any chance that we could win this round? Forcing a roll queue? Fuck no, please. Please, stop. Stop before it starts. Just balance the damn characters, man. Like, the way that they designed this game, like, at its core idea of having characters have, like, less hard specified capabilities, so they can't be as hard counterable, and they don't hard counter things as well. That's fine. They just need to actually like enable the characters that are in the game to play within that, but they don't have that capability. They have these other ideas that are counteracting that. Yeah, I think they use data to decide what to patch. They just pull numbers out of a bag and then random through. They literally like pull a thing out of a hat and it says buff or nerf, and then they pull a mobile suit's name out of there. I think it's easier for them to tweak numbers. Yeah, it is easier, but they need to fix other things. You're fucking kidding me, man. But they made some fundamental flaws with their game. Why does that guy move around so much when he does that stuff? We're gonna touch the point. Guys, please, somebody. Like, everyone's kit could use another option. That would make things impossible to balance. Good luck. Patch basically nerf tanks more? Yeah, it did. Alright, who wants to die? Not you, because I missed. I'm just glad they buffed Arc 78. Yeah, me too, man. I think you really needed it.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I, for one, think they really need it. Yeah. Okay. Who cares? Touch point. What is this point capture? Yeah, my bad.
Mission confirmed.
They could make melee suits slower, but they would have to rely on a good dash.
You're doing fine.
Yeah, then you make them slower.
Understood. Ready to proceed. This will be a battle for
Mission complete. We've been defeated.
These fuckers quitting the game to fucking cheese the system, man. Oh. That's so corny. Ooh, minus 79. Woo! Kick the router. Oops, I actually kicked the router. Maybe everything could be fixed if we just flood the character pool. Fuck no.
This is a point
Look.
capture mission.
They are like, there's 4 categories that you can be powerful in a game like this in. You can have high damage, you can have high movement, you can have high support utility, and you can have tankiness. Right? They basically like gave certain characters a large amount of that.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
You know what I want to play? I don't fucking want to play you. Maybe let me think about that if that was 100% correct. Maybe there's 5 things. No, I guess no, that's about what it is. But by raw effect of them making it so you have a character like Exia that is very small.
Your goal is to
Wait, you
capture
took my
both
fucking
target
character.
locations. The mission is about to begin.
mission confirmed. Exiting launch bay.
By the raw effect of this character having like such weird movement and then having like only very similar hitbox or hit numbers to other characters, it's basically as tanky as them, right? And then it has the highest damage, one of the highest damages in the game, with like unblockable damage. In addition to the most movement in the game. Basically, a character needs to only have like one of these things to be strong, you know. Only one of these things needs to be strong. And yet you have Exia with 3 of them being strong. Fast, high DPS, a stun. Actually 2 stuns because you extra stun when you spin and slash.
Roger. Deploying.
Here we go.
Fight well, pilot.
Most movement of any game. Any character in any game of all time ever. That didn't work. That did it.
Enemy unit destroyed.
Exia should just have been nerfed.
Let's finish them off.
Objective contested.
In your humble gamer opinion, Exia needs 3k HP.
Let's finish them off.
Well, that was weird.
Stay sharp.
Capturing the objective.
It's the hardest choke in the game. No, the one in Harbor is a million times worse. But even that's like an obscene fucking choke point. Like, look, when I first was playing the, when I was watching the gameplay from the network test, I was looking at that and I was like, no way they put a choke this hard into the game. I'm like, that is crazy. And then I played Harbor and I was like,
Has been captured. Capturing objective.
G
Kind of almost feels like the devs haven't even played a game like this, to be honest. Or like I said, they're low tier Overwatch players who got frustrated during GOATs and stuff like that, or they listened to what the people were saying and they took it as gospel, when that's literally just diagnosing a symptom and not diagnosing what the actual issue is, and acted like, you know, based their whole game on it. Which it did one good thing of, like, the core fundamental issue with Overwatch was that it required too much coordination, and also you could hard counter people really hard, and that's not fun from a casual perspective, like, in any way. So this game does some things to counteract that, which is good, right? Oopsies, I trolled. Okay. That was really stupid. Oh yeah, let's not forget the long range poke. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like the fact that you can literally long range poke better because the fall offs are so weird and everything else. Like, look at the damage I did to that guy from range with like a little poke ability. Like, you don't do anywhere near that on Genji. Like, I might as well just sit out here and fucking poke things. Who's my favorite suit? It kind of depends on how tilted I am at playing certain things, to be honest, at any given moment. Is really what it is. It's just like, how tilted am I at Sazabi right now? Okay, I'm tilted with Sazabi. Alright, then it's not Sazabi. Then it's like Marasai, and it's like, okay, am I tilted with that? Then it's something else. To be honest. Route easy. Thanks for showing up, bro. Appreciate it.
Redeploying.
Who's my favorite suit in theory? Sazabi. My aim is too good. My aim is pretty shit, I'm not gonna lie. Then again, when I'm concentrating and talking to chat and stuff like that, it gets a lot worse. Not focusing on my base mechanics. No way I let that guy go away from me. And like, when I take damage on this character, instead of like being out of the fight for a long time like Sazabi, I'm not. I dash into it. Yeah.
I failed. Suit's disabled. Requesting.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I don't know. I feel like every single time I get stunned, or every time I get killed with some BS in this game, it just stops my will to live. And then I play worse and worse and worse and worse.
Hostiles down. There's an enemy unit being revived.
Basically is about what happens. My will to live has been sapped right now. And oh, we're pushing in? Is that what's going on here? Ooh, you missed. You suck.
Activating my G maneuver. You discovered my position.
Things are going well. All troops, press the advantage.
It's not hit scan, it is projectile, it's just a super fast projectile. Like an extremely fast projectile. Oh, he's won! No. what I main, usually Sazabi. But I started playing a lot of Marasai. Like I said, the more pissed off I get about things, the more I just like don't want to play that character. If I'm just getting stunned and it's like I had to put in such a high amount of effort into playing a character to get like good value on it, just makes me really annoyed. That's what happened to me in Pokemon Unite. I stopped playing like any character that required me to like actually focus and do stuff, and I started playing Talonflame that I could just fly up in the air and land on things and kill them. Like when I feel like not rewarded for nuance and I have to like play like at such a higher level of grasp of the game to like get any sort of value out of it than someone who could just forehead me and kill me, I end up getting pissed off, very frustrated. That's basically what happens with tanks. I just want a tank that's balanced in the game. By the way, if you just slash up into the air, it travels you really, really far. Soccer 2 melee doesn't need much effort. Yeah, which is why I was gonna play it. But it's not good in every map. Basically, what you need is a game designed by a tank player who's a high tier tank player who is going to be fair to all the ranks and understands how the balance is important. How when you make one role too strong, it makes everyone else unhappy and pain play the game, which then makes people don't like the game as much, which then makes the original role that you buff too much not have fun. What happened with Overwatch? The support players were on cloud 9 getting the most heavily buffed stuff of all time. And then because it was so strong, it made the DPS players unhappy, and then they buffed the damage, which then made everybody unhappy. It made the tanks' lives absolute pain, which is why they quit playing the game. Why queue times were horrible. And then the support players got frustrated because no one was playing the game, and they stopped updating it because they realized they needed to change things. What mode would I add to the game? Definitely payload maps. Payload and hybrids are the best game modes in Overwatch. They're really well designed. I know people don't like them because of the payload and whatever, and complaining about stuff like that, but they're very, very good. Do you think I'll get new type by the end of the season? Definitely. I could get new type as soon as I just play with a friend. If I played with one friend, I could get new type easy. Kind of doesn't really mean anything right now, so who cares? I don't feel like hard stacking either. And I only really play the game when I'm streaming. What ends up happening. I play a little bit off stream more recently. I wasn't making quite as many videos, but for like the last, like only until like a week ago did that changed a little bit. How's my energy consumption so low? What you mean? Oh, my like dash bar? Also, I'm not dashing haphazardly. Balanced. 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 It's okay, guys. 350 less damage. I'll change everything.
3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I saw I like half dash here. That's probably something I'm doing also. I don't care if it's something out of lore. I don't care. Just let us have payload. It's best game mode. Maybe fitting in some primary fires more when I attack too. I haven't been doing that.
Use caution.
Let's wrap this up.
What is this guy doing? I was looking so weird. Multiply the 50 less damage by a random number like 10k, it becomes relevant change. Ew. Damn, bro. Your theory is that it's a VR training sim? That makes sense. And if it was a VR training sim, that would make even more sense why they should let you, like, earn pilots.
Fight for control of the target area.
Don't know if this is allowed. What do you mean? You can totally talk about it. I haven't looked at the balance patch for Overwatch 2 yet. But Genji's pretty strong right now. But it is funny though, as soon as Genji gets too strong, it gets insta nerfed. Like off cooldown. Unlike other characters that are broken AF for years.
Hostile down. Genie ready.
Screw it. I wanna go in, boys. I wanna press W. Oh, hello. Oopsies, I went too far. It reduces shuriken damage from 29 to 27. Is that it? He needs to honestly not have a cancelable his fucking whatever the hell it's called needs to not be cancelable. His deflect. That's really, really too strong. Any updates on membership perks? Nope. Not yet.
Enemy flyer spotted.
3 minutes remaining.
Double the health of everything in this game? I don't think they should do that.
The enemy is capturing the objective.
Solution is just to change the way that tanks work. Wow, I'm so talented, guys. Sometimes I shock with myself of how amazing I am at this game. And I'm being very sarcastic, by the way. It's very weird to me that that stuns, though. Apparently it's huge because of breakpoints. Yeah, I mean, it probably means he can't one-shot things as often or whatever. I don't know exactly what the breakpoint would be, but that kind of stuff does tend to nerf Genji. The 6 stackers can see the silent? No, I can't. Alright, boys, let's go back in. Let's go limit test. Limit testing accomplished. Every new type I played against was 6 stacked. Yeah. The ranked ladder doesn't mean anything at the moment. It's like people are playing 2 different games basically. You know? Like one set of people are playing with their friends, one set of people are not even their friends, they're playing on their 6 stack, and one set of people are just playing the game by themselves. Entirely different. You get an accurate comparison.
Hostile down. Armed and ready.
And you can like hella secure kills from range with this character. You literally fight new types with silver teammates. Yeah, there was some people getting tilted at each other for that, actually. They're getting mad because they were 6 stacking on NA ranked and they were only playing against other 6 stack, or they're only playing against silvers and stuff like that. Just farming them. And I was like, yeah. That's to be expected, bro. What do you mean?
Victory is ours.
Confirmed command. Standing down.
I'll do another one, I guess. The only solution is Gundam Esports game. Woo! Esports! I won when I swap off tanks. Yeah, and I was feeding my brains out. Barely trying, to be honest, that whole game. Probably just an easier game, but I really was just feeding my brains out. It's just like this game. This game is like parents that have a favorite child. Oh, fuck, these shitters are probably 6 stacking. Oh, he's on my team. Oh. Yeah, well, this should be interesting. They're not, I think they're 3 stacking. Can I play Stormtrooper? No, I'm gonna play something better.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I'll play Melee Zaku. Why are there golds in a game with a new type? Because no one plays this game. Where the fuck did all my characters just taken from me? I had to play fucking Sazabi. Feels bad. Are they? Does anyone know if they're 6 stacking or not? I think they are. I think it was just a 3 stack. Now after they 6 stacked, right?
Ready? Let's go.
You get if there was 6 stack, and then you drop.
Your mission is to
Then you play other stacks.
objectives. Warning, enemy attack imminent. All hands to battle stations. Hostiles incoming.
As soon as you mention them, they show up with like Voldemort. Sure,
To position. We'll stop these guys dead in their
he's like Voldemort. Playing on ping against, because these guys are in a, like, I know Bitey and whatever, or like NA or EU. The ping is gonna be fucking horrible. Am I sure I want to play Sazabi? Not really. But the ping is gonna be so fucking bad, man. Actually getting minus 100. Not in Japan server as much, but on NA server, yeah, I did. And when I hit diamond, it'll probably be like that, so yeah. But I'm on 140. They're at least on 140-ish. It's gonna be fucking terrible.
The enemy has begun
It's
their
gonna be
assault.
so bad.
Roger. Beginning the operation. All right, let's get in position.
Show us your
Maybe get Sazabi ranged Zaku smokes. I don't really think it needs that. It just needs a field change. Alright, where the fuck? Okay. Shield's gone. I lose. Alright, let's
Select the
consider something else I'd rather play. Nah, whatever. Wait, yeah, they're planting early already. I fucking knew it. GG. GR. No, the ping stuff is a lie, by the way. Just so you know. Go for it now. Come on.
This is it for me. Are you okay?
Rip. Did I get Dom Trooper here? Or he's alright. Thanks for the guide, Nexia. Sure, man. Did I make one? Yeah, that's right, I did.
Objective A has been destroyed. Protect the remaining objective at all costs.
I wish I could play something that's not fucking Sazabi. That was remotely in my fucking hero pool. But they literally are playing all the characters I play otherwise. What team comp makes you want to play enemy play Sazabi? Nothing. You never want to play Sazabi. Don't do it. Or you're going to try and fight them out here? I don't think that's a good idea, guys. I think that is a horrible idea. Yeah, I basically just hate myself. Great. Yeah, if these fucking dumbasses on my team could ever watch the point a single time, that'd be fucking cool.
How about this? Sighted an enemy unit. Discovered my location. Work together. Nothing.
Who the fuck is damaging me?
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Barbatos, let's go. Woo!
We're in danger of failing this mission. Push hard. Round complete.
It's an interesting game.
Select the suit you wish to
It
pilot.
doesn't matter. Get the fuck off of my characters, bro. Fuck you. It doesn't matter if they're in voice or not. My teammates are just feeding their fucking brains out. Like what happened on first? 2 of our people ran up and died. They steamrolled through. We didn't go and mark A, so they immediately planted. There's nothing you do about that. They just went. Same thing on second. They went and planted. Then Ashimura punched me in the fucking face. There's nothing you can do about that. Nothing for me anyway.
You're doing well. Keep going.
Let's give it all. Oh yeah, this thing's handled. You want this? Reloading. 1 sec.
Never good using Sazabi because of its shotgun range and slow movement. How do you use it better? You don't. If you like having fun, don't use it. EVH. Clearly the answer is gun tank. Nah, I don't really think this is gonna go too well. It's basically a 3-stack of new type. I don't give a shit. Doesn't mean anything. Teammates literally just walked forward and fucking fed their brains out.
Preparations complete. Pilots,
The ranked ladder doesn't mean shit. I guess people might be good. I don't know. I haven't played against. I haven't like. There's no way to tell because there's no fucking solo queue ladder. You can't tell people are good or not unless there's a solo queue ladder. You know? The fact they're getting this cocky isn't a very good sign. That's a fucking feeder, man. Holy shit. What if I join? I'm done after this game. Fuck this shit. To be honest with you. I wanted to quit last game. Playing on a whole fucking other server, solo queuing. Not super exciting, to be honest. A lot. Am I ever gonna stream some Overwatch? I don't know. I'd have like 15 viewers, so. Don't know if I feel motivated to do that. They're just busted.
Mega charge countdown has begun. Defend it until the mega charge set at objective B. Prevent enemies from disarming the mega charge.
Rolled. Get off my ass. Overwatch is pretty well populated with streamers already. I mean, yeah, but it also has a lot bigger population of players.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Considering I'm the biggest fucking NA content creator for this game and I'm pulling 90 viewers, what does that tell you? You know? Like, what's the biggest NA Overwatch streamer pulling? Like, actual Overwatch one. You know, we're not including XQC and Super. 3K? What's up?
Has been destroyed. One objective remains.
And who loves Overwatch with a passion? No, I kind of hate all these games. They're just so poorly designed. Pisses me off. The thing that pisses me the most off about this game is they didn't fucking advertise the game. Esports prize will be $50. True. It's always funny to me when they're like, ah, look at all these fucking tournaments that are going down. I'm like, oh, you mean these tournaments for 150 bucks? Yeah, I hope that pays for your ramen noodles, bro. Your cup of noodles. Hope that's enough for you.
The enemy has captured the waypoint.
23,500. Yeah, but they're not a traditionally Overwatch streamer.
Until the objective is destroyed.
Seeing at least one
The esports focus while not advertising the game feels backwards. Yeah, but they're barely even focusing on the esports, so they're not doing anything. It's just weird. They're literally not even doing anything. There's been no NA advertising other than the shit that happened during the the streamer things. But we had like XQC streaming it a little bit. Great. That's all the advertisement, boys. All right, pack up. Let's go, boys. Pack up, everyone. Oh shit. Moist critical played. Did we really just let them fucking diffuse in front of our faces? Max is 4K to 5K. Well, yeah, but that's the max. We're not in peak hours right now, so. Peak hours are later. They're like 8 p.m. And it tends to go up to like 4,500. So you need to wait till that happens. 100 USD is a whole month's salary in Brazil. This is not where I live. Okay, I'm just gonna start playing this character. Shoot them! Shoot them!
Select the suit you wish to pilot. Allied unit down. Suit's in pretty rough shape. 3 minutes remaining.
just a scratch, I think. Reloading. 1 sec.
Maybe I should move to Brazil. True, I guess I should. You know, that's the thing. 150 yen. I mean, if it's in Japan, it'll be nothing because they aren't allowed to.
Mega charge countdown has begun. Defend it until the objective is destroyed.
Brazil internet's so slow, they still use airmail to send packets to the server. Pain. Guys, for fuck's sake, group up one time, please. They need to fix their shit game. Overwatch, I mean, right? Gundam Evolution needs to fix their unique game. And then, advertise it. So, yeah. Bro, they're not even trying to force esports. That's a funny thing. They haven't done anything of that. They're not forcing anything. They're just not. They're literally just not doing anything. That's bad. I mean, they are kind of trying to force esports, which is weird, but they're just not doing anything really. The weird Taiwan tournament, true. You're right about that. You know, if we fucking grouped up one single fucking time, we might win the game.
1 minute remaining.
Why does it always look like your team doesn't exist? Because that's how solo queue goes oftentimes. Especially when there's 3 people in a voice playing against us. And exploiting that.
Successfully captured the waypoint. 30 seconds left in the mission. We have to place the Megatron.
Don't let up until it's over. We have to do something. Let's go.
Megacharge countdown has begun. Defend it until the objective is destroyed. Captured the waypoint. Megacharge countdown has begun. 10 seconds remaining.
Wait, we didn't fucking plant? Are you shitting me?
3, 2, 1.
Holy hell, man.
Now entering overtime.
Looks like the fight's still going.
Yeah, when I made that little thing for them, that was before they'd fucking... I remembered how crap this game's stuns are. Why'd we just go run up and all die, man? Oh fuck, it's up here. Well, that was the stream, boys. This game's terrible. Yeah. Have fun with it. And it's not getting any better. So. Yeah, thanks for showing up, guys, though. I do appreciate you hanging out. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, anyway. Yeah, I think a lot of people are quitting this game right now. I think some people like it. I think a lot of people fucking hate it. And I think just based off of that poll I did, 20% of my viewers alone will quit the game. Actually, it's more than that. It's 25%. 25% of my viewers alone will quit the game. Based on the October 27th balance patch. And based on what I asked today, about 52% thought they were decent changes. 28% thought they were bad or terrible. 10% or about 15% thought they're good. But like I said, I'm pretty sure people who are waiting for this balance patch to base their decisions on weren't like, oh yeah, let's you know, when they're basing their full decision to play the game or not based on this last balance patch, I doubt this balance patch is going to change their mind. Like, I doubt it's going to be enough to keep them, is what I'm getting at. So, Yeah. I don't like playing casual. Makes you want to fucking die. It's lame. I don't like playing casual. I like climbing to the very top of the ladder, but you can't even do that in this game unless you're stacking. Probably should just stop trying to solo. It's a waste of my life. See if I can get like a friend on or something next time I do this. That'll actually be decent. I could easily do OQ to the new type. Yeah, most people are waiting until season 2. They'll make their decision off of that. Well. Oh well. So yeah, like I don't want the game to get down smaller, to be honest, because I kind of bet my whole fucking life on this shit. But hopefully you know, they fix it. Alright, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. Sorry for getting tilted. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, you're right. If they don't advertise the game by console release, the game's dead. Yeah, 100%. Then they will just farm Japanese people for money, even though they're not doing that very well. The lack of advertisement is what I'm really pissed off about this game. I could deal with a lot of bullshit in the game if I actually was being rewarded for the work I put into this. I'm not. You know, the player base goes down every day, the viewership goes down every day. Been a year preparing for this, for kind of not basically to live off of ramen noodles, I guess. That's why I'm a bit pissed about the situation as a whole. That's why I appreciate each one of you guys who comes and hangs out more. But it really is like, even though my channel looks like it's growing, it's not really. About Warhaven, I looked at it. It looks like it won't be very popular. I'd heard about it before. 16 versus 16 is gonna be dog shit for a ranked mode. The movement, I didn't like the movement. It didn't look like there was any sort of like mechanics in the game. Dude, it just looked like you're playing like an RPG hack and slash game. Like For Honor at least had some of that stuff, you know. But anyway, like I was saying, like, yeah, I'm close to 10K, but I think about 1.8K or so of that is Overwatch viewers, which leaves 7.7K as Gundam Evolution people. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the Gundam Evolution people have quit or stopped watching stuff. So, like, it's why you see like these really big, why you see a lot of really big content creator, or like big, like 20, 25K content creators who post a video and they get like 300 views. You know? So. With how stat focused Bandai is, you think they would have done something about the decreasing player count? Yeah, you would have thought that, to be honest. I wonder if Bandai just overestimated Gundam's popularity outside of Japan? No. Hopefully, okay, look, basically it's like this. Either they don't care, and they were like, oh yeah, let's just throw it out to NA in other regions too. Or they were like, the game's not ready, we'll release it so it gets out before Overwatch 2, and then we'll fix the game and advertise it. But yeah, we're somewhere in one of these two categories, basically. So how do you pile drive and controller on what, Wrecking Ball? what you're asking me? Be whatever your crouch button is. The game has so much potential. It feels like there was a substantial amount of effort put into making the game. Does it? It does not feel like there. This feels like a mobile game to me. So, yeah, I mean, from what I've heard about other Bandai stuff, the only thing that makes me feel kind of positive is when I see, like, it feels like the devs want to make things work. You know? But then again, you also don't understand what kind of bureaucracy they're having to deal with. So you don't know, like, are there people who are higher ups in the Japanese company telling them that they can't advertise the game? You know, like being like, oh, hey, what's our advertisement budget? And they're like, here's like 200K. Have fun. And they're like, oh, okay, well, esports is big in Japan. In a let's do an esports tournament. It very much could be like that, to be honest, because honestly, a lot of companies and a lot of Japanese companies are very content with getting the minimal success that they have. Can just make Gundam or the stepping stone for subscribers when high players new game comes. You can just change game if that Gundam is, if Gundam game is dead. I mean, that's inevitably how that has to go for a lot of people. But what you have to understand also is, like, if we have Overwatch and Gundam Evolution that are already extremely similar, I have, based on the stats that I searched up, I have something like 9.5% of people who followed me for Gundam Evolution watch Overwatch 2 stuff that I make also. So what that leaves is me having about, you know, only like a 9.5% crossover. So if any new game comes out, any, like, let's just say, like, I don't know, Riot dropped a new game. Like Riot announced, like if Riot announced that they were going to make a hero shooter game, not an MMO, I'm talking like if they literally were like, all right guys, we're making Watch Over with Tracker and Soldier 67, right? Like if that's what they literally decided to do that, and I was like, okay, time to start doing that. Only about, you know, like I said, 9.5% of people would be watching. I have some viewers, some of you guys a lot, who are like really hardcore and you just like hanging out, you know, and you like listen to me talk about stuff, and so you'd watch regardless of what I do. But the vast majority don't do that. Like there's a very large chunk that are like, yeah, I like you and you're cool when you're playing this game that I like, you know. And so basically what I'm saying is, even if I have a lot of subscribers, if I was to make stuff for like this fictional game, only about 9.5% of my subscribers are going to go there. So I have like 950, 1,000 viewers, like 1,000 people watching my stuff. It's why subscriber numbers are they're not reliable, really. It's a metric for telling how fast you're growing, yes, but it also doesn't show how many people stop watching. Because some people sub, but people don't really like, people don't really unsubscribe, you know? Like most people don't really care who they're subscribed to and stuff like that. So the other day you noticed you were unsubbed. Oh. But yeah. Do I plan on shifting content if things aren't fixed in season 2? I mean, yeah, inevitably you kind of gotta. But it's just like, it's like this, right? I fully intend to keep pushing out Gundam Evolution content, so don't get worried. I want to keep doing this stuff with this game. In season 2, if they start advertising it a lot and things happen and people start playing the game and my viewership grows and stuff like that and my subs grow a lot, and I'm sitting like and like my sub count grows to like 30k and I'm actually able to like make a good living off of stuff, then that would be lit, you know. But if that doesn't happen, then the viewership is going to go further and further down. Yeah, it's just going to go further and further down, you know, and you're going to have what, like 2.5k people playing on NA servers. Like any video I post right now gets about 5k views. So if I'm posting 3 videos a day, which if getting 3 videos out a day, which is a lot, but let's say I was doing that, that puts me at 15k views per day off of that stuff. Or not per day, but like basically I end up getting about probably something like 25k views average. And I make about $1.75 per 1,000 views. So we're looking at 40k or $40 a day for about 10 hours of work. You know, that's obviously not sustainable. So obviously I also have been making Overwatch 2 content because I can dabble in both. But Overwatch 2 is also likely not a good strategy for me, mainly because the game's dog shit and I don't want to play it. But with that, I've been making guides, and yeah, the guides have been popping off. I've been getting the majority of my views from the guides than I like of my stuff recently. But they're not sustainable because as soon as I'm done with the guides, like as soon as I have a guide out for every character or whatever, I don't have these like easily searchable videos I can just make. Like these guides that I'm getting 35k views on, it's all search based, and so it's not like I just throw out a video and then it like gets suggested to people because I don't have enough of a Overwatch viewership, and I'm not a big content creator in Overwatch, so I don't just get these massive views, you know. And because the game's already, like, people who are already really big in the Overwatch scene are big already, they are like consistently making, like, they don't need to compete for these early views, basically, you know. So they just post, like, they put like Stylosa, RQ, whatever, they just pop out a video of them taking a poop or something, I don't know, and they literally get like 300k views, you know. So yeah, you know, and they're making like $500 off of every single video they pop out. Do one of those a week, you're making 2k a week off of just that, you know. Although they could put out more videos, and I guess actually they have been putting out more videos, and then they can stream and stuff like that and make more, and then I'm sure they also have like Patreons and stuff like that going on. Found out about my channel, one of your teammates in ranked mentioned you on the other team. You just looked me up. Nice. It is pretty funny when I'm playing. It obviously doesn't happen on the Japanese server, but on the NA server I'm playing, it's like, is that real Dunmere? And I'm like, yeah. Pretty funny. You're getting stressed just trying to think about my position? Yeah, I mean, look, my life could be a lot worse. I just read about a girl who has stage 4 cancer, and she's like in her 20s and she has stage 4 cancer, and it's just very tragic to read about that. So, like, in her brain, you know, and it's just like, that's that, basically. That's pretty tragic. My life's obviously not that bad, but like it isn't even like I just decided to start making content when the game came out, you know. It wasn't like I just went and tossed out like a Gundam Evolution came out and I was like, oh, this is cool. Let's do some stuff. Yeah, I spent a year. But it's not even just a year, to be honest. There's a big market for pros giving good advice on how to explain how mechanics and positioning work. Yeah, well, honestly, those videos don't even do the best. If I make like high level mechanic things, people don't really click on them. Am I open to other genres of games? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I want it to be FPS. That's what I like playing the most. I do want to try and be a pro. But I honestly just want to... I want a game to come out that's never going to come out because I'd have to make it if it was going to come out. I want to make a game that's a mixture of like this style of hero shooter gameplay with an open world of like Skyrim, with a full open world Skyrim RPG type experience that you can play completely solo and have all the rich world going on and stuff like that. And then you take that and you turn it into like an MMO with like the interconnectedness, like it's an open world, you play with other people, you go on raids and stuff together, and then all the items, all the things you get in that game, in these game modes, you're able to play in a PvP game. You're able to play in like an Overwatch style PvP with maps and modes and everything, and you like they average out everything. So if you pull up with like a level 90 axe or whatever, if you pull up with like a level 90 axe and you're playing against an enemy with a level 15 axe, they're the same damage wise. And so you'd have like multiple classes and they'd each be like basically somewhere in between Overwatch and what we have now in Gundam Evolution. And you'd have like, let's just say like they make a class that's like a, I don't know, like a Pale Rider type character, and then maybe like, I don't know if it'd be 100% like guns. It would be first person shooter, but I don't know if it'd necessarily be guns. It might be just like a magic type thing. Or let's just use like a Winston type character, for example. So Winston, you would have like the ability to have like specialization. So there's different type of weapons you could get. So you'd have his regular like AoE, cleave through damage, higher damage zap gun. And then you have like one that has like wind based elemental thing. That's a different type of weapon that pushes people a bit. And then you have one that's like fire that burns them for longer, like that kind of stuff, right? Or like with Reinhardt, with a Reinhardt type class character, you have a hammer that cleaves more or something like that. Or it's like heavier but does more damage. And then you have like a scythe that is swings faster but doesn't deal as much damage. Stuff like that. You feel like it'd be hard to balance because of the item levels? Yeah, so you average them out. Like you said it like Destiny does. Where if you have the best like super omega scythe of all time and you pull up into the ranked mode versus a guy with a common level 1 scythe, they do the exact same amount of damage. The only differences would be like, because you have like a skill tree on your scythe or whatever, you could make it be a little bit different, right? So you could specialize it. But PvP would be 100% skill based. So would most of the content be PvP or PvE? Both. 100% both. Why not? It's basically like building 3 games in one and then making them all interconnected. Yeah, that would be cool. It'd be like the most kick-ass game of all time. And you would have like the full world building, the full everything of like an MMO. But it's but you have like the actual mechanics going on. So when you go out to farm stuff, you actually have to like click on the little dogs you're farming for bones or whatever. You have to click on their heads, you know, like a real FPS. It's just a Blizzard? Hell no. Fuck Blizzard. Like if I pitch this game to anybody, they're gonna look at me and be like, that's a cool idea, but we know for a fact we can make a fuck ton of money off of a very dog shit game that will take less money to make and will be guaranteed. They don't need to risk, so they don't. Will cost 100 million to make? Yeah. It'll cost 100 million and probably about 6 years of development time. Kind of like Blizzard's canceled Titan project. Yeah. Do I think Gundam Evolution would have had more success if they made it like a Valorant shooter than an Overwatch one? No. Because then you wouldn't be able to include a lot of characters in the game. The reason it isn't successful is because they didn't advertise it. Because it wasn't ready, they didn't advertise it. Could make it back in a week with gotcha waifus though. True, but I would not want there to be any gotcha stuff. No pay to win. What would the dream game be called? By the way, it doesn't have a name. Dream games tend to make compromises so the game actually releases. Yeah, I get you, but that was nowhere near the full dream. That right there is a realistic goal. That's actually a pretty realistic goal. Now, fully fleshing out the world. If you flesh out the world and you make like it's so there's actually like a living world that reacts to what the people do in the game per server or whatever, and have like what I wanted to do was wanted to make like a TV series that goes along with the game. And so what you do is you have like a TV series go on. And so like let's say you have like Riot's Arcane or whatever, I forgot what it's called, or League of Legends. And then you have that, right? So it's based off of like because I would want the characters to be class based, not characters, because it wouldn't make sense for like 100 Winstons to be walking around, right? And so you have like some characters in the show that are like in the world that are like permanent, right? And then from there, what happens is you have them be in the show, new characters added too, of course. Kind of like some of these like Dragon Age, whatever little Netflix things that have been popping up. And then whatever happens in the end of that, like say they end up failing to accomplish their goal, and like the protagonists aren't able to stop this giant like dragon from tearing a giant hole in the earth right in the middle of this big city or something like that. And that affects the world. So that actually happens in the next patch of the world, So, or, and obviously something like that might be a little bit much, but something like the ground tearing a hole open in some area nearby a big city, and then like this undead city of demons or whatever appears in it, and that actually shows up in the game, and that's like the next expansion basically, or the next big update is like a full new set of enemies, a new raid, the bad guys, whatever. Stuff like that. And it would tie in, right? And when you have like people watching a TV show, and then they watch the TV show and they immediately go, oh shit, this is why this is happening in the game. Or then they go play the game afterwards. It's cross promotion. It'll make people feel incredibly immersed, And then people, when you get tilted playing the regular game, you're like, oh, screw it. You get tilted playing the PvP. You're like, oh, I'm just gonna go run around in the world and find some new items and click on some things, level up my character, or I'm gonna go in a raid with my buddies. But people don't have to quit playing the game when they get tilted. And people who, for example, like there's a lot of people in Overwatch that really like playing certain characters, but they don't like playing PvP, and they barely like playing quick play. Now imagine you don't have to do any of that stuff, and you can just do it in the game. Like Final Fantasy tried that, but it failed. Yeah, but I'm better than them. I miss it, but would it be like a realistic looking type game, or like Elden Ring, or animated like Genshin? It'd be more animated is what I would want it to be. Basically, like I think Overwatch, even though I don't really like Overwatch's like art style or like aesthetic, the art style the art style would be perfect, or like that art style is perfect, like it in like Valorant's, because they look realistic enough that everything doesn't look like just like a cartoon, but the animation or like the quality of it works really well on any level of PC. You can have like a really low end PC and be running it, or like I do, where I run really low quality but high frames, and the game still looks really good. And it's easier to animate, and you don't get a game like this one where like if you make a weird little animation for fire, it looks stupid. You know, or if you don't have high sensitivity, you walk up and you see these, look at these little trees that are like, you know, that kind of stuff. And I think it requires a lot less resources too. A lot fewer resources on your PC, and a lot fewer resources to make. And what you can also do with that is you can make it a mobile game too, because mobile games are huge, you know. And then you just separate them from, you don't let the PC players and the console players play with mobile players in like ranked or whatever. But if there will ever be a game like that, it'll be your main game for like 10 years. Yeah, that'd be the goal. Like, this game could captivate people forever, you know? And then you could literally toss in like you could literally toss in like a card game, you know? You could put in like a Heroes of the Storm, or not Heroes of the Storm, like Runeterra or whatever card game into the game. People could load in, they could go walk over to a table and play the game. Companies only care about money. That stuff would never work. It would make a lot of money if it was done properly. They could make a lot of money. It would make a fuck ton of money, because there'd be large demographics that it would cover. You know, and you do the same thing Blizzard did. You design like a little angel class. You design a little angel class that heals people and floats around and whatever, you know. So then you get all the people who haven't played FPS games, who are more feminine. That's what Mercy is. And they come play the game. CEOs are dumb. Some of them are. Usually people don't get to those positions without being stupid. They just have they have different goals than you think you do. I think they have different goals than you think they have. You know? Like, for example, if my goal is to go stand in the middle of the street and get hit by a car, you think I'm stupid for doing that, because you thought my goal was to cross the street when my goal was to get hit by a car. You know, it's why these big organizations and these big like social campaigns and whatever that pop up, and they act like they care about something, they act like they care about you for whatever reason they're arguing that, and then they end up not ever helping you. It's because it wasn't their goal to help you. It was their goal to manipulate you. And so you look at them and you're like, oh, they're stupid, they should have done this, this, and this. And it's like, so you're saying EA CEO goal is to put micros in every game, or Bandai goals to never support their players. So some people have a belief system where they will vastly prefer guaranteed value. EA heavily microing and putting a bunch of money, or like earnable money for them, into games guarantees them a chunk of money. Like, then when they do it, they're like, I know for a fact that this many people will continue watching my stuff, you know, or they'll continue playing my stuff, and I know that we can farm them for money. And they're like, is this amount of money acceptable? Yes. Could we get some extra money potentially by making the game better and going for long-term value? Yes, but we'll get guaranteed value this way. So they do it. And then you have the opposite, or the same thing for Bandai. Bandai sitting there and they're like, well, we own the Gundam IP. We know there's a lot of people who like Gundam. We'll just make a Gundam game. It doesn't have to be that good. It doesn't have to be amazing. It doesn't have to be advertised. And it'll make us this much money. And they're looking at it and they're like, is this many billion yen acceptable as like a profit margin for this game? Yes. Okay, do it. That's how it goes. Now the question is that actually how they're thinking? Maybe not. Maybe. We'll find out. But so yeah. This is a game I want to make, but it'll never exist unless I make it because of that kind of stuff. It's why I'm really hopeful that the Dr. Disrespect game will be successful. Because they could kind of show they could show people how much money there is to be made by making good games. And I know NFTs and all that, blah blah. I get it. NFTs are weird. But that's not even really the focus of their game at all. You know? For those like, who doesn't know about the riot, or not the riot thing, the Dr. Disrespect thing? He basically is making like an extraction shooter game like Tarkov mixed with a battle royale. And then he sold these early access passes. These early access slash like voting rights passes as NFTs that people can get. And made the game like completely open from day one. And is like showcasing the full building of the game. And they're funded by themselves. And they're just doing things a bit different. You know? Build a dev studio and make it myself. Yeah, well, that would be the thing to do in the future. That's why I said you guys gotta help make me like a 50,000 average streamer. If I'm getting 50k average streamer money, I could do that. You know? There's definitely ways to obtain money. Like, basically, here's the streamer pipeline. Here's how this is supposed to go as a streamer. You find a niche to build yourself up on. You grow with the niche. Right? Once you hit said niche and you get to a certain point, you basically start not diversifying, but you start making more content based on yourself. So instead of me just making like a guide video that's somewhat personalized, like as you guys can kind of tell with my original videos, they didn't have my face in it. All they had was a guide of me talking. So you can hear my voice, right? But that's not as personalized as seeing me talk. So then I made videos of me talking, right? And then I started branching out a little bit into videos of me just talking about stuff like this. Like a stream VOD of me like basically reacting to something or just talking about something. Rather than giving a guide or something like that. But anyway, so you get big enough till you can sustain yourself as a streamer off of a niche. So what I'm trying to do is grow with a game. So I tried and they screwed me over. And then you grow with the game. And then you diversify to the point where you're not diversify, you just diversify what people are interested in by making more content that's more based on your personality. So then you transfer a portion of the people who follow you for your game to viewers who watch you for you and what you have to talk about, because they're like, for example, like when I watch Asmongold, I don't watch him because actually I just listen to stuff he says, but when I listen to Asmongold talking about things, I don't listen because I don't listen to him because he plays WoW. I don't like WoW. I listen to him because he has interesting takes on things. And because he's a top level streamer and I want to get to that level. And so I listen to hear what he has to say, what like information he has. And so, but now I watch things because of him, right? And so the goal is to transfer people into that. So then you can have sustainability. So if your game dies, it doesn't matter because you have like let's say you're like a 5k average streamer. And then you diversify enough and you expand. And then your game dies. And it's not a big deal because now you have still 1,000 average viewers who are watching for you, right? Or more if you've properly diversified, you know? And then from there, you can find another niche to go back into and expand that, you know? And then eventually from there you build it up and build it up and build it up until your stream is just about you. And you can play whatever you want and you have the same number of viewers. And then from there, as a content creator, as a variety content creator, even if you chose to just play one game, you're still technically a variety content creator. You can play whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, and you'll still be sustained. You might get some frustration from people, but yeah, you come based on personality, not based on your game, right? Yes, like Misket, Suffit, Shroud, exactly. XQC, yes, this is all they've done. Like, take a look at WoW, Asmongold. Where'd he come from? WoW. He made WoW guides. Then he grew. Then he eventually turned it into him being about him, to the point where he can play whatever he wants. He mainly plays MMOs still. But same thing with XQC. XQC grew off of Overwatch, and now he does whatever he wants. You know, and that's how that goes. That's how they all did it. They all grew off of something. Like any of them, like Ludwig, he grew off of Minecraft. You know, and then you make it about yourself, and then you continue to grow, and you continue to you network with people. You do crossovers, you just keep streaming, you keep making a lot of videos, interesting videos, that then start getting broader and broader and broader interest to people. And then from there, you turn it into a business of a sort. Because then you're still in a position where, like, I don't know, if you got canceled or something like that. Or you got like, I don't know, like something happened to you, someone like falsely accused you of something, and you got kicked off of Twitch or Twitter or YouTube or whatever. Well, actually, and somewhere in there also, during the expansion period of your own personality, there's the expansion to the expansion into other platforms too, and you can do that along the way. But for example, if you have like a million subscribers on YouTube, but that's all you have, nowhere else are there anywhere, like you don't have a Twitter, you don't have a personal Discord, you don't have anything like that, you don't have multiple YouTube channels, if that gets canceled, that gets shut down, you're done, you know? And so you try and expand that, and then you take that and you make a business out of it. Like you do something like Harris Heller did with YouTube, where you do what Harris Heller did in his stuff. I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's a he used to be a music Vine content creator, and then that died, and he rebuilt as like a stream guide assistant person, and then now he's expanding out to like some other things, similar things. But he took his music ability and his understanding of content creation, and he made a full stream music thing, so it's free for him to put, like, people can use this stream music for free, and so that's very valuable for that. And now, since he found this this lack of a resource that people really wanted back during the time period where Twitch streamers were getting a lot of trouble for having their music shut down, everyone was panicking, stuff like that, and now he's making like a bunch of money. Like, I watched one of his videos and he was talking like he used to stream like I forgot how many hours a week, or something like maybe like 30, and he's like, I was making like 40% of my 40% of my income off of streaming, or it's like 60 or 70, I think it was. And then he quit that and he dropped that down like to maybe like 5 hours a week, and he was making then at that point like 5% of his income from that, because he was just making so much money off this business now. So that's basically the pipeline for that kind of stuff. It all goes up into being a business of some sort, basically. So yeah, that's the strategy. And then you can decide from there like where you want to exactly go, whether you want to try and build businesses bigger, whether you want to expand more as a content creator. Is that the pipeline I plan to use? I mean, yeah, but we're still on step one. We're still on step one at this point, you know? Because obviously you can't really dedicate yourself to full content creation until you make a living off of it. and or are in a situation where you currently don't have to make a living, you know, but that doesn't last forever. Get to step 2 eventually. That's a strategy. Gotta keep up the grind. Yeah, we are trying to grind that, but yeah, for me, what I wanted to do, I wanted to, like I said, I was trying to be a pro player in Overwatch, and I grinded that for like 3.5 years. And since the game was dying down when I started pursuing it, and because the NA scene became such a meme, and because Overwatch League was dying, they stopped updating their game. It just became like an absolute no chance thing. And then right when they made it so the game was gonna be 5v5, I decided that I was just completely done with it, because it was just making it like, it was literally making it like 5 times harder for me to be a pro. It was actually, I think it was like 3.5 times harder, because they dropped down the tanks from having about anywhere from 3 to 4 per team to 1 to 2 per team, right? And now instead of me competing with just main tank players for my main tank spot, I'm competing with off tank players too. And there's a lot of off tank players. There's at least like 5 times as many. Well, yeah, about 3 times as many off tank players as main tank players at the high rank. Not just 2, bro. 3. My 3rd game. This has happened to me. Why not try to clean up my stream and show new reviewers you're wanting to build up one as a living, like green screen orders, etc.? Well, that stuff doesn't necessarily always help, to be honest. The nicer your stream gets, like 2 things happen. 1, people expect higher quality content, right? And then the biggest thing is that people kind of stop thinking you need their help, essentially. So I think honestly there's like a certain level, until you have like a high level editor to help you with stuff, there's a certain level of like scuffed with a certain level of like good enough. And honestly, the thing that you need good enough is the audio. Audio is more important than visuals 100% of the time. People will watch a ugly looking video with good audio, but they will not watch a good looking video with bad audio. It's way more important. It's a really interesting concept, but it's really important. Why like way more resources are put into making sure the audio is good. And my mic's good enough, right? Yeah, like no one expects perfect stuff with a content creator. You watch most of your Let's Play videos on mute? That's interesting. Still say try reaction content. It's easier than making guides. Yeah, but you got to keep in mind people are only interested in certain stuff. You know? Better production is something you do after you become successful. Step 1 to have content people want to watch. Yeah. It's basically what happens. Like, you get to a point where, like I was saying, there's something that's kind of related to this, but it's kind of like when you're a viewer watching a stream, you want to watch somebody who you relate to, you know? So if I was sitting here telling you guys that I'm filthy rich and I barely play video games and I don't know, something like that, you know, you guys aren't going to identify with me at all. Like, you're going to hop in the chat and you're going to be like, oh, okay, this guy's filthy rich. All right, so he's never had any responsibilities in life. All right. And then be like, okay, this guy doesn't play games, so he's not even a gamer. So I have no connection to this person at all. So you don't want to watch it, right? And so what happens is the nicer your stream look, the nicer, or then the higher amount of viewers you have, the more popular you are, the less people feel connected to you. It's kind of why you look at like, well, I mean, yes, there is a demographic and there is an appeal to people having a vicarious living through rich people. It's bold of you to assume I want to watch you because of personality and not game. I mean, true, that's part of it also. How goes the grind? It was okay. We're just talking now about it. I'm gonna end stream after I'm done talking, but for most people who are streaming and stuff like that, they want someone who's likable and feels similar to them, you know? And yes, Asmongold is a very good example. Even one of the reasons Asmongold's so popular, even though people know he's rich as you think he's filthy rich, I think he has too much money kind of level of rich and makes a bunch of money, he is still identifiable because he's a degenerate gamer, you know? And because he doesn't use his money. So you don't see him posting on YouTube his, all right guys, here's my $1 million house tour. Homeboy still uses like a $5,000 car that he's been using for 10 years, you know? He doesn't live like he's rich, you know? And so it's like, that was a decent Asmon impression. But yeah, you know, because he doesn't do that, he feels relatable. And so people still continue to support him. And people can, like, it's not like people are going to entirely stop supporting you the bigger you get. But if you look at, like, the percentage of viewers, like, let's say, like, the percentage of viewers who have given $5 to a streamer gets a lot lower as they get higher, you know? Partially because people are like, oh, well, they don't need my money, which they don't, you know? Asmon chat room is like going to a gaming convention without the smell. Yeah. Would you describe as how most rich people live, though? Only poor people want to look rich? It depends. Depends on how rich you are. And it depends on, like, basically, yeah. But it's such a negative relativeness. It just makes these people feel less bad about their day-to-day actions. What you talking about? The Gregory Coleman later, bro. What is the growth comparison between when you were making Pokemon content versus Gundam Evolution? Well, I wasn't making YouTube, but let's put it this way. If I was making YouTube content like I was doing for this game for Pokemon Unite, I would have at least 40,000 subscribers right now. Minimum. And I know this because my buddy, who did the same thing but did it way less expansive than I did, made early content on YouTube for Pokemon Unite, he popped up to 25k in 2 weeks from 3k, you know? And I had his example to look at and go, that's what I need to do. He didn't have that for me. He didn't have that. So, and he was working a full-time job, so he didn't do it. Like, he made like a total of like 30 videos and like maybe like 60 videos over in like 3 months, where I had 90 videos before the game came out, you know? People can watch Asmon be literally filthy and just play games all day, so these people don't feel so bad about doing themselves. I'm sure there's some of that, but I think for a lot of people, I think the main reason people watch Asmongold is because he has thought-provoking content. But it means my style of making content can work for explosive growth. Yes, it can. So honestly, like I told you, if Riot like announces a game, like let's just say Gundam Evolution fully dies, let's just forget Gundam Evolution exists, right? Let's pretend it doesn't exist, because I'm not saying I'm quitting or anything right now. But let's just say Gundam Evolution stopped existing. Right now. And a new game popped up. It was like a Riot game that they were for sure gonna spawn. They're for sure we're gonna push and play a lot, or and make like huge advertisements for. I could do the same exact thing that I did, and I am more or less guaranteed to blow up. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be the best. I'm definitely not a perfect content creator or anything, you know, but I'm guaranteed to blow up. basically. Because it's the second game I've done it with. As far as like Twitch goes, I blew up on Twitch for Pokemon Unite. I went from 0 viewers to 160 in about 2 months. It was a lot. And then the game died down a lot, and then a bigger content creator moved into my time block, and then that was gone. Because that's how Twitch works. Can someone explain who is this gold person you speak of? Asmongold is a really, really popular streamer. Former WoW content creator. I'll be honest, I don't know how the Gundam Evolution fanboys will feel about this, but if I was in your position, I would just wait for the next game to grind content for. Well, partially I do have like a, you know, a connection to the homies who like Gundam Evolution and want it to pop off. And I do want to keep making stuff for them and in general. But right now it would not be beneficial for me to just quit anyway. Like if I just quit right now, only doing Gundam Evolution, I would be throwing away the opportunity that it would get big enough. Though I was also kind of like, because I've been growing ever since the peak went down. I've been growing like 160k average viewers a day. 160 I wish 160k. Oh my gosh, I've been getting like 160. 1 second. 160 average viewers per day. And so I was kind of looking at that and I was like, well, if I do that for another month, that's another 4,500. You know, if we maintain that rate for 3 months, I'm at 22k subscribers. That's pretty good, you know. And I was like, that with some consistent streaming might be enough to make a living off of, you know. And I know if it feels kind of like, I talk candidly about this because I think you should, but you can't do content creation and not be thinking about making a living off of it, you know. It was really banking on this first patch being good. Kind of. It's a lot less than people think. Like basically, if all of the current people playing quit the game, it wouldn't matter as long as they advertise the game later on. Now, I'm sure this is like the vast majority of the Gundam fan base that are playing, you know, would be gone. That's gonna be a lot of their money, but yeah. So for me, this whole thing is more than just like a year in the making. So I literally made the Gundam Evolution server in September of last year. I hard pushed it while I was streaming Pokemon Unite. So I knew that I needed to jump ship. And I was in the same situation, to be honest. Like, the Pokemon Unite viewers obviously didn't really want me to do that. Granted, I actually became decreasingly motivated to stream and stuff like that. I was streaming for like 4 hours every single day. And because I was getting pissed off of the game because it was just terrible. And everything was going down, like my motivation was lower, like my desire to play the game was really bad. And I was getting to the point where like just absolutely no motivation to play the game. And I think people could tell that. And that plus the like I said, someone else bigger coming into my stream, and then the game just dying down a bunch just made it so it was just dead. So yeah, Pokemon Unite had massive potential, but then they just killed it. And there were people like actually creaming over the potential for esports. Like all the 5 stackers were just hard pushing constantly, and they're just talking about how Pokemon Unite is going to be a huge esport game. It's going to be a huge esport game. It was funny because the ones who were like the premier NA team at first, they slowly started losing a lot, and then they didn't even qualify for regionals, or they didn't even qualify for the tournament in London. It was actually a decent amount of money. It was 20k you can make from winning all first and like everything. Playing in Japan give better results than randos in NA? No. Same. Yeah, it was demotivating. I don't know, like, if you could go back in time and make tons of content like Gundam Evolution for a game, what game would I do it for? Are you talking about like how far do I get to go back in time, and what results are you talking about? Am I looking for just raw results? Like my own benefit, enjoyment. Because I don't know, it's a little bit hard to say because like a 5-year time frame. It is a bit hard to say, like I've been saying, just because like there's no game that I look at. There's not a single game I look at and I'm like, wow, I would kill to be a massive content creator in it over like just because of what the game is, you know. I don't look at Valorant, Overwatch 2, Apex, any of those games and think, wow, I'd love to just sit down and play that game all day long, you know. Now, to be fair, if you're a really big content creator, you don't need to do that. You stream every now and then. And then like make YouTube videos and stuff like that. And honestly, I'm pretty sure most Overwatch content creators don't play the game that much. I think most like Pokemon, or most content creators for Overwatch just make videos and then they don't play the game very much. They treat it like a job and they could do other things with their life. Be honest with you guys. Like Stylosa, Karq, I doubt they play the game that much. They play enough to like understand what's going on and they make videos on it. But since they're like not super high tier players and their viewers aren't really high tier players either, because obviously they're, you know, average, right? Doesn't really matter how good their takes are on things. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to like, it's unfortunate because I'm really pigeonholed into like one type of game. I want a PvP game. I very much ideally want it to be an FPS game. I want that FPS game to have tanks. And how many games are like that, you know? With esports potential, because I want to be a pro still. Although that's becoming increasingly distant when, you know. Yeah. You know, so it's kind of hard for me to say because I don't look at any of them and go like, I want to do that one. Mech Warrior Online, I've never heard of it. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Anything niche is not viable. It has to be big. Because then you're getting more and more towards the point of the likelihood of the game just dying and you losing your profession. But what I basically did, what I've been doing for the last years of my life, is hard grind Overwatch to try and be a pro. But I started when the game was dying. So that didn't work. But I got the understanding of the game and stuff like that. Then I was like, okay, let's stop. I'll try doing Pokemon Unite. I grinded Pokemon Unite. I streamed for like 85 days straight. For like 4 hours a day-ish VOD reviewing. Playing the game when it released. And then that started dying down because the game was not what people wanted it to. The cash grab. It was a cash grab, and then like the game was just terribly designed. And so then I was like, all right, I need to find a new way to get out of here. When I saw Gundam Evolution, and I was like, all right, I don't necessarily expect this game to be massive, but it will be at minimum a solid thing to grow off of that will sustain me for about a year until I need to find a new game. That's what I thought, right? I was like, it might not be particularly big, but it'll be enough that I can get a solid chunk of growth on it. I can get about 25k subscribers, grow up from that, and like use it to transfer to like the next big game, which was the one that I think is the next big like hero shooter game, is like the Bungie game that's coming out eventually. And so then I just grinded for a year, and then I did streaming for like 2 more months with Pokemon Unite until that died, and that became like just literally painful to play. And I stopped that, and then I started just making videos and learning how to be a content creator. And I did that for since September, and here we are. And then they didn't advertise the game. It didn't advertise the game, and it's not ideal. Yeah, I just wanted to be a pro because I wanted to be a pro. I always wanted to compete. I like competing. I like achieving things, being the best at things. But I never got like an opportunity to do that as a sports player. Cause I didn't start like doing anything young enough, or I didn't have an opportunity where I could access something. I am athletic. I definitely, if I could go back in the past, I definitely could be like a pro soccer player or something. But when I was playing soccer, I was trying to be a goalkeeper, and that don't work when you're 5'10", you know. So the situation is that there is no game where it'll feel satisfying trying to go pro in it. There's no game that goalkeeper, so the tank of soccer, yeah, because I hate myself. The content creation is the vibe. Yeah, and that's what I kind of noticed with Pokemon Unite. I was like, wow, you can actually like play the game and start getting somewhere with it while actually being able to make like a living off of it, you know? You don't have to be in a situation of like, gee, I hope I go pro sometime soon or I'm screwed. Wow, I have another 6 months to go pro or I'm about to get a job, like that kind of stuff, right? You know? Basically there's only like a few games. Like right now, the only games that are worth being a pro in right now are Valorant, CSGO, Valorant, CSGO, like Dota, League of Legends, some weird little mobile games in Asia, which doesn't apply to me at all, of course. It's not worth it in Overwatch. Apex, if I didn't say Apex. Not in any fighting game. No fighting games are worth it. Not in the slightest. Project Matter? That is what I'm looking forward to, actually, yeah. Although it's just called Matter for the Bungie game. There's art of it already, actually. Fighting games are not worth, bro. You make no money in fighting games. Definitely not worth it. They are starving. They're starving artists. But like I don't have I don't have the aim, and I don't want to play Valorant or CS. Apex has already been way established for a really long time. Like I said, I don't have the aim for that either. League of Legends and Dota have been locked down for 15 years or whatever the heck they're at. No way I'm gonna try and do that, you know. Is it worth it if you win the tournaments? No, it's still not worth it. I promise you it's not. Maybe one fighting game, but that game's gonna be an old game. And there's gonna be people who have been playing the fighting games for years and years and years. And you don't just try and become a pro in a game that's new. It's like this. If you're sitting here and you're like, all right, I want to be a pro in a game. You go, hey, do I want to be a pro in a game and have to try and like catch up to people who've been playing these games for 15 years? Or do you go, I want to be a pro in a game that's brand new where I can just learn at the same rate as other people and improve past them? Knuckle made 300k from Street Fighter 5 in what time frame? What time frame and how many people? What's the average income of a pro player? Yeah, it's not livable money. Maybe you can supplement it with content creation, but then you're just content creating. Yeah, you have to try and be a pro in a new game. It's not worth trying to be a pro in an old game. It's not. You won't get there. You'll be a new name. You won't have the connections. You'll have to try and learn it. You won't have gotten there when it was nice and easy. Other people have way more practice than you. It just doesn't work. And something like Tekken doesn't affect either, because Tekken as a whole has been around for years. It's like trying to be a pro in Overwatch 2. It's not a new game. It's an old game. You know? So you just wait. We're just sitting here waiting. Now, Gundam Evolution was supposed to be this option, and never could. I mean, it potentially could, but you know, it depends on them, I guess. But I have a funny feeling. Basically, honestly, here's what I was thinking about the Gundam Evolution scene. I was like, there's like a 10 to 15% chance. No, I was like, there's a maybe like a 30% chance that this game would be able to grow and be a good sustained game. You know, actually, I thought it was gonna be worse than that before I did it. Before I played the network test, and then I played the network test, and I was like, yo, this game's gonna be solid. Will this game come to console? Yeah, on December 1st. And I was like, this game's gonna be like, the game's gonna be pretty good. I'm like, it will never be bigger than Overwatch 2 ever, but it'll be big enough. And they will for sure pump money into it for a year to try and force a pro scene. And I'm like, that is not going to be, that is farmable money, because the people that are going to try and grind this game to be a pro, they're not going to be that good. Because the ones who are really good tend to be in other games. You know, they're trying Valorant, they're trying CSGO, they're trying Apex. And if they're good enough, they stayed playing that game. They weren't, they left. That's how it works, like 9 out of 10 times. So if I grab a couple of buddies from my Overwatch past and go, hey, let's farm this scene, we could have farmed it. We still can. Granted, I actually have to get people who want to play the game, because most of them look at it and they're like, oh, it's crusty dog. Matter is slated for 2025. They don't know. They haven't said for sure. Plus, apparently Bungie's releasing a new Tarkov style game, or there is some serious suspicion that they're making a game called Marathon, which is a redo of an old version, but they're making like Tarkov-y. So, yeah. And then on the network test, I like got actually excited about the game. Like, I was not excited for the game in the slightest until I played the network test, and I was like, oh, this is actually fun. Because it looked really bad to me, because the game looks a lot worse than it plays. I'll answer your question in a second, Keith, don't worry. But, and so, then I got to the game, and I was looking at the viewership numbers, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, I haven't seen a single fucking advertisement. I was like, damn. I thought my biggest frustration was going to be like not being able to climb the ladder solo and get to the top of the ladder because of stacks, but that's not even my issue anymore. It is an issue, but it's not a new issue. Sega's new game Hyenas is coming soon. Yeah, that game is terrible. That game is absolutely horrible. I have never played a worse game than that one. You're good, bro. Because there are no ads. There's no ads for this game at all. They've not advertised a single time. They put zero money into the actual advertisements. The only thing they've done is stream stuff in the tournaments. What was it like? Like I said, there was some leaked footage about it. Basically, what it is it's like a squad-based game, but you don't have. So basically, there's like, I think it was like 5 squads or 3. Kind of plays like Apex. You have to run over to these vaults and unlock them. And so the gameplay I saw was people just like, you will run over, they find a vault. There's 5 vaults for everyone, or there's about 7 vaults. And so you click on a vault, and you sit there and you click on some stupid PvE enemies, and you take about 10 minutes. Then you finally get in the vault and you open it up, and there's a random amount of stuff. Sometimes you get the money that you need to cash out because you need like 10K, and sometimes they'll have 5,000, or they usually will, but sometimes they don't. And then you walk around aimlessly, and then about like 1 or 2 squads will kill each other, so there's about 3 squads left, because you need to have 10,000 credits to like be able to leave and win, and you only get 5,000 from one, so you have to kill somebody else. But sometimes you have to get 2 sets of things because sometimes they didn't have enough money. And so there's nothing that pushes people back to the center of the map. So people are literally just running around in the map for like 10 minutes, unable to find each other. And so basically you spend about, like, the matches last about 20 minutes, and there's literally like 2 minutes of action. It is really bad. Every single character was super uninspired. They look stupid. They have no personality. They don't, like, they have one single ability. It was really bad. Like, it was really bad. Like embarrassingly bad, to be honest. Like, I played it also, but I watched the stuff, and when I was watching it, I was like, wow, this is terrible. Like, this is actually horrendous. Like, yikes. So yeah, that game is horrible. They just have a fundamental misunderstanding, and they talk about, like, it's just the gameplay loop makes 0 sense. It's like, find this loot, and you're like, oh wow, I found a Sonic the Hedgehog trophy for 5,000. What does it do for me? Nothing. Okay, do I get to keep my items that I get? No. Are there special weapons I can find? No. It's just stupid. It doesn't do anything. It's literally just dumb. Like, literally, if I was a dev and they pitched that to me, I would have thrown them out the window, man. I would have been like, are you guys kidding me? What do you mean? There's just nothing good about it. There's not a single thing that's good about this. So yeah. Anyway, you asked me where I see myself from I see myself in a year? Starving on the street? I don't know. That's the unfortunate thing about my life right now. It's 100% based on other people. My life is kind of like, I'm swimming and I'm holding this like 20-pound weight, and I have to keep this weight over water, and there's a chance that someone will come pick it up and help me, you know. So I'm literally sitting there like swimming, and I'm like keeping it up, and I'm like, wow, this is really hard. If I don't do this every single day, it's gonna go underwater. Like, oh, this is a lot of work, a lot of work. I'm like, dang, this is really difficult. And I'm like, it's okay. Bandai might come and pick it up. Maybe. It's okay. Like, another company might make a game. And so if I let the ball drop, then I'm just banking on someone making a game in the future, and then I'm obviously, you know, no ability to make any money at all, of course. No ability to make any sort of growth on my channel or anything like that. And then I literally would just be waiting, AFKing. So yeah, that's basically what my life is right now. It's been like that for years. Not fun. That's why if I seem kind of upset and tilted about some things, that's why. I've been doing this for like 5 years now, and I've basically gotten nothing out of it. Just unhappiness in life. Like, yeah, I just keep getting screwed over by other companies, basically. Non-stop. So yeah, we kind of just need to see how things go. Like, it's very frustrating because I just have to sit here and wait. You know, like, I'm just sitting there and I'm just kind of like, all right, let's you know, hope things are doing, I hope something's coming eventually. And so I spend like a decent amount of time every day like searching on my phone. Not a decent amount of time, but like I used to do way more. I used to spend a lot of time like looking for rumors for anything about a new game coming out. Sounds annoying. It's more than annoying. It's pretty miserable. Like, imagine, I don't know if any of you guys are working. Imagine if you guys like worked, like you basically went to a person and got a job, right? And you go, hey man, I like a job at your company. And they're like, okay, we'll let you have a job at the company. But here's what you gotta do. You have to work for a year. And you're like, okay, I'll do it. Actually, really what happens is they're like, you have to work for a non-disclosed amount of time. And it's like, okay. So you start working and working. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll follow up with you sometime before 2022 is over. And you're like, okay. 6 months later, nothing. All right, just keep going. It'll come eventually. It'll all be worth it. And then eventually they're like, guess what? September 21st. That's the date. And I'm like, yes. Right? And then the day of, you go, hey, can I get my job now? Can I get like the ability to actually like make a living? And they're like, yeah, ooh, we forgot to get that filed through HR. So just keep working, and in 3 months you might get something. Here's 2K though. Have fun. Yeah. So yeah, that was my existence. So very exciting. I have the Gundam Evolution official Discord English server. No, it's not official. Like, we want to host tournaments in it, but it depends on, like, we need spectator modes because we're not going to run a scuffed, stupid tournament. And there's obviously got to be a player base for us to do it. Yeah, that's also something that, like, Aiden and I, the other admin, Aiden Cash and I, we talked about stuff and how we had plans to run tournaments. Basically wanted to, like, run tournaments, a lot of them, through the server, for, like, high tier players or any tier players, and, like, make there be a really fun thing going on, and like develop it for everyone, so every skill level could have a full fun experience playing in a tournament where they don't just get crapped on by like a high tier team and they regret their life decision and just don't ever do it again, you know. But we need to have the player base and we need to have like spectator stuff. Hang in there, bro. When you get membership going, I'll sub and donate. I appreciate that. I don't want to make anyone feel like I'm trying to get them into anything or anything. Although I do have membership set up, I just don't know how to access them. I don't have anything fancy for them, but I did set them up. But yeah. So that's me right now. I'm just vibing. And I never ever wanted to touch Overwatch 2. I hated it. I hate Overwatch. I hate Blizzard. But I've been doing Have you seen the trailer for the game that the old Battlefield devs are making? Talking about the finals? Yeah. Yes, I did. It has potential. It has potential, but I don't know. I just like when I look at a game that could grow and I see that they are a new company, they're not an established AAA company, it looks like a massive risk to me, you know. Keep my eye on it. But the gameplay doesn't really seem like it's exactly what I'd want anyway. And the thing about that, they could fix it, but that seems to have the same problem that Hyenas does to me. Hyenas, Like I talked about how there's no incentive. They basically took like they took Apex and they took Tarkov, and they took what makes Tarkov good, and they take what makes Apex good of like they took what makes Tarkov good of like collecting items and collecting weapons and going in and out stuff like that, and they took what makes Apex good of having consistent, quick, like consistent fights of like the battle royale, like crushing people in until you fight and you win based off of skill and stuff like that. And they took away the part that made Apex good, and they took away the part that made Tarkov good, and they made a game. And so with the finals, the whole like, I don't really understand why people think that collecting some cash or whatever, some items, some money, some, you know, whatever from like the boxes, like in the Hyenas game, it was like a these little vaults you have to open up, but they have the same sort of thing in the finals. Like you have to get this money to get to the finals or whatever. What's the verdict on Japanese servers versus NA? Japanese servers are better overall, just because you win less when you lose less when you lose, but otherwise it's exactly the same, except for the ping. But this concept of just like collecting these meaningless points and using that as like the extraction is not fun. You know what I mean? It doesn't incentivize fighting. It doesn't, you don't earn anything for collecting stuff. Completely bad. And so that's why when I heard about the finals, I was looking at that and I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know. Sounds like the same concept to me. It sounds interesting and I'll look at it more. But it seems to me, to be completely honest, like they're like, when you like, it's just when I have like a game that's advertised, and you can tell a lot about what the game developers think is good about their game by an advertisement. For example, like with the Hyenas, with the Hyenas game, I like stayed up and I like made sure to watch the reveal for it, or the rumored reveal for it, and like make sure that I was able to get the subreddit name, like so I could, you know, start doing the same sort of thing I was going to do for this game if I needed to. And I actually did get what I could, basically was the closest thing, until I found out that the developers had pre-made one and basically had a sham hiring of moderators and stuff like that, and it's technically against Reddit's rules, but whatever. But the way, like, they literally spent like a 40-minute thing with zero gameplay, about 5 minutes of showcasing like the characters and stuff like that, and literally the whole other part was them going back through and talking about Easter eggs. Like they had a dev literally go through and be like, oh, and here you can see there's a statue of Sonic the Hedgehog, and here you can see the brick, and this is an homage to this one obscure TV reference from the 80s. And I'm like, what? Literally everyone in the chat was just clowning on it. It's just so stupid. It was like, who cares? It was like, shut up. Like, it was so stupid. Like, it was pathetic. Like, I was sitting there listening and I was just like, you're kidding me, right? Like, you really think this is gonna make people want to play your game? Like, ah, yes, we are so pop cultured. I know, the point is for people to find them on their own. Exactly. The point is for people to be like playing the game and they're like, oh, hey, is that the baseball bat that Ness uses in Homeworld or whatever they call the game? I forgot exactly what it's called, but is that the bat Ness has? And you're like, oh, that's cool. Of Arceus. But, you know, like they find it, you're like, oh, that's kind of neat. Not a whole game oriented around that. So with the finals, they like show multiple times. They're like, yeah, here we go. This is destructible. Everything's destructible. Woo! Everything's destructible. We can destroy everything. Yay! That's it. That's what I read. That's what I interpreted from the thing. And so that tells me that they, for some reason, think that being able to destroy stuff is like the best mechanic of all time. you know? It'd be like me making Gundam Evolution and advertising Gundam Evolution and being like, the only thing I talk about is the mobility system. Being like, wow, look, you can sprint and dash. Oh, look at Pale Rider dash. Oh, look at Guntank dash. Not all characters have the same amount of dashes. Ooh, look at Metis dash. Metis has 2 dashes. People will be like, what is this, like a racing game? Like, is Gundam racing? Like, what in the crap is this garbage? You know? Like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know all the devs are smoking and just in general in games as a whole. I think your average developer is just dumb. And I think there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape causing things to not work out. What am I talking about? I was talking about how... I was talking about a game called The Finals. And I was saying how when games advertise, when games are advertised, and when they only advertise one thing and they have like a really strong concept about one thing in particular and they think it's really, really good, it's kind of like I was saying, you know, as an example, like trying to sell a car by only talking about how good horsepower is. Like, oh, this horsepower is so high, horsepower is amazing, oh my god, horsepower, horsepower, horsepower. And yeah, people who care about how high horsepower is in the car will be really happy, you know? Yeah, exactly, cup holders. This car has 16 cup holders. It has cup holders that flex for each size. There's cup holders for small cups, big cups, double gulp cups, 64-ounce cups, 128-ounce cups. Your chair is a cup holder. You know? Like all this cups, holders, cup holders. Nobody cares. Like, yeah, people with like 20 children who all like constantly buy cup holders don't, you know, they'll care, but nobody else will. You know, but they just happen to think this is like the coolest thing of all time. It's just like, what are you guys doing? Like, how low is your IQ? You know? Like, it's impressive. Impressive how stupid this stuff is. The gaming entertainment industry showing such huge revenue brought in a crowd of people who are not fans or gamers themselves. I don't know if that's exactly how it worked. Maybe it did. The games are dog now, and I'm sure there was really bad games before too. Though I don't think games are gonna get better. If I'm being honest with you guys. Like I see two sides of these coins basically. I see a small chance that, I guess maybe 3 directions it could go. A small chance that games like Dr. Disrespect's game, like if Dr. Disrespect's game pops off, then devs will realize that like, hey, making a game like from start, showing what you're making it with the intention of just making a really, really good game, showing people what you're making, allowing them to vote on it, all that kind of stuff, will pop off, and that's a really good idea. You make a lot of money off of it. And so then devs will try making their games like that, and that would be huge for the player. That would really, really be nice, right? Because the players can like see how a game's developing, they could comment on it, stuff like that. That's a small, unlikely way that it would go. The other one is, right now, mobile games make more money than PC and console together. Because they know how to farm money out of people. Like, literally take all the viewers, all the players, and just squeeze them out. Like they're a leech that just sucked on some blood and they squeeze all the blood out of them. You know? And what'll happen, because they're making so much money, it's extremely profitable. What you're going to see is that continually being pushed over towards the AAA games. Take a look at stuff like Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is a gacha game. Gacha games are incredibly lucrative, but they're also terrible. They farm the ever-loving crap out of people. So much fear of missing out, so much just monetization encapsulated. And then you have like games like Diablo Immortal. Microtransactions make a lot of money. Cosmetic microtransactions are fine. Nothing wrong with cosmetic microtransactions. But gacha pay-to-win mechanics are going to kill games. And with pay-to-win mechanics, like gacha pay-to-win mechanics, they basically they take advantage of two different type of people. They take advantage of whales who are not going to be very good at games but can spend money to become good at games. And then they take advantage of people who work, who don't have a lot of time, because, you know, a homie who works 9 to 5 or whatever, and he's chilling and he's sitting there with a wife and kid, and he pulls up to go play some game, and he's like, oh, I could spend like 30 minutes grinding to get this stuff, you know. We can grind all this time to you know, to get the stuff, or I can do whatever, or I can spend $5 and not have to spend 5 hours doing that. I can actually play the game, right? So it takes advantage of those two types of people. And people tend to like lie to themselves and take cheat codes and act like they're the shit. Happens all the time, you know. And they lie to themselves. They tell them that they deserve it, and they cheat and they get advantages and stuff like that. Happens a lot in every community, and so people will do it. People pay money, so it's good lucrative money. So that's the other future I envision. I envision games becoming more and more and more crap because they're more and more monetized with pay-to-win mechanics. Not just gacha mechanics, but pay-to-win mechanics that also can be gacha. You know? And so that's one option. And then the other one potentially is that governments get involved. I personally am not a big fan of governments getting involved in things. They tend to just make everything worse. But there is, like, I don't know. We like in America, we don't actually live in a system that's 100% pure capitalistic. I know people kind of like to think we do, but we don't. We're in some strange hybrid between communism, or socialism, and capitalism. But one of the things that even your average capitalist would want is for companies to be monitored. But we don't. Basically, our whole society is run by money, which is how that goes. All of our politicians are bought and sold with all the lobbying money and stuff like that. And it's like that in every country, pretty much. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's no country that's good. They're all shit. Like, I know people like to sit there and just hate on America, but every country's the same. Because you have people who control things, and it's beneficial for them not to have things be good because they don't need to be good, and or their goals are not to actually do things that we think they want. For example, I don't want to go I do like talking about this kind of stuff. I'm not gonna ever go into any like deep policy issues because I don't want to. But things like the government is full of people who are very smart and have gotten there for a reason. And I know people look at me and they're like, but Don, you're so stupid. Like, did you see this thing that this guy did? Did you see the thing that that guy did? And I'm like, yeah. But here's the thing. It's like I said earlier. If my intention is to go stand out on the street and get hit by a car, and I do that, you who thinks my intention is not to do that are going to think I'm stupid. You're going to look at me and be like, oh, you are dumb because you walked down the street and got hit by a car. But in reality, that is exactly what I meant to do. So for our politicians, they have the intention not to actually help individuals and not actually help people. Because when you do that, you don't have good control over them. If I'm like a mayor or something, or like a governor or something, and I'm a manipulative individual and I want to get money from you guys and I want to get power and I don't actually care about you guys, I am going to not fulfill your need if I can. If everyone has gotten to such a malaise in society in which you feel like you can't do anything and you feel like you can't actually change anything, and there's not the ability to like riot, like literally riot, like grab guns and go chase down the government and change everything, me making it so I don't actually give you guys like things that you need, like let's just say like healthcare, like let's say good healthcare, right? Or like let's just say like we're living in some society and you guys are asking for good healthcare, and I'm like, I could give you guys the good healthcare, but then you don't need me. And since there's no risk of you guys overthrowing me, and you don't feel like you can actually change anything, I don't need to give you guys that, because I can continue to make you vote for me, put me in power, if I continue say that I'm going to do it, and then I don't actually do it, right? But if I actually do solve that need, you no longer need me. So you don't feel as strong about it. That's what politicians do, and that's part of it. Like, why do you guys think our politics for the last, like, I don't know, 70 years or so has been all about division? It's gotten really, really bad. We have way, way, way more, like, if you just look at some random person, right? Like, I don't know, you live in Tennessee, and you go on down to New York, and you meet some random person who's a different race and gender than you, different religious beliefs, you still have more in common with them than you have not in common. But if you do that, if everybody in the world looked at other people and instead of like thinking that they're different from them, thought, oh, they're a person like I am. They have things that they want to achieve. They get sad, they get happy, they get hungry, they like having fun. Yes, the way that they do some of these things are different from me, but we are fundamentally the same. They wouldn't view each other differently, you know? And I do think in general, people do kind of, like if you put two people in a room, like you take those two people and you lock them in a room and you have them talk, they will come to that conclusion over time. You know, usually, most people would generally come to that conclusion. Or at minimum, they would get an understanding of closeness, right? But what our politicians do is they do everything they possibly can to separate people from each other. They want you to look at someone else and go and immediately think of them being different on, like, what do we hear talk about in politics all the time? Like sexual orientation, gender, race, money, where you live. They want you to see the differences, because when you feel, and then they take, like, each side does the same thing. Like Democrats and Republicans do the same exact thing. Democrats will basically like say that people are being racist to you. They say that the rich people are stomping you down. They'll say like they'll talk about like gender stuff. They'll say that basically the Republicans want you to be dead and starving, and they only care about certain groups of people. And then Republicans will do basically the opposite of that, kind of. I'm trying to think of exactly what the Republicans do, but the Republicans basically do the same exact stuff. Like, for example, like if we're talking about immigration, for example, Democrats look at it and they're like, the Republicans hate you Hispanic. In fact, they don't just hate the Hispanics. They hate anyone that's not white. There's a wild Gundam stream. This is what my Pokemon Unite streams used to be like. You know? And so they're like, if you're not white, they want you out of the country. And then Republicans do the opposite, and they're like, well, guess what? They want this country to be broken down entirely. And you know what? They hate you because you're white. And so then what you basically have, and you know, I don't really know if I want to go into like the racial category part of it. It's very related, but there's an easier example I can use. Basically, they're just basically like, I mean, I guess it's relevant. Yeah, whatever. It's just like I said, on the one hand, they're basically like, if you're minority, they don't want you in the country. The other side, they're like, oh, if you are not a minority, they hate you and they don't think you belong. Like, they don't value as much as they value an immigrant, or they believe this country should be completely locked down and have no rule of law, whatever, right? And obviously they don't want, like, neither of these two things is going to work, right? America can't completely shut down its borders and never let anybody in. And on the other side, America can't just completely let its borders completely be open, right? Because then you cease to be a country. But it doesn't matter, because neither of these two things will ever be accomplished. You know? Neither of these two things will ever be accomplished, and it doesn't matter. Because then, if you're a Democrat, or, you know, liberal-minded, versus if you're a liberal-minded individual, you're angry and you're upset. You know, if you're like an average person of like a minority status, you're angry now because you feel like they don't like you. And when you feel like people don't like you, you don't like them, right? And when you feel like you're being targeted, then you tend to go to someone who can help you. And you become divided from people. And the same thing on the other side. If you feel like, you know, if you're like the white base that the conservatives are trying to argue towards, it's the same thing. Then you feel like people hate you for being white, or they hate you for being conservative or whatever, right? And so then you do the same exact thing on the opposite side. And all that does is split people up. Feel me, guys? And so, meanwhile, both sides, right? So every now and then, you'll have a full Democratic House, presidency, and a the House and the Senate and the presidency will all be fully Democratic, right? Or fully Republican. So they can more or less do whatever they want. But for some reason, they kind of just don't ever, do they? Ever. Like, you don't really see them do these things that they talk about. Like, you go into campaign promises, somehow they magically, when they finally do have the ability to follow up on these campaign promises, they don't follow up on them. And why does that happen? That happens because that was never their goal in the first place. That is the only solution. Because they don't get in those positions if they're stupid. You know? You don't get these resources. You don't get to meet people. You don't get the connections. Like, you don't get the money that is required to get in these places. Unless you're smart and you're intelligent. You know? And so they're not stupid. So they're not making stupid decisions. They're doing what benefits them. Because the more you manipulate them, the more you establish a situation in which people are riled up and angry at each other, the more easily manipulatable they are. When people get angry, when people feel threatened, feeling threatened and feeling anger go hand in hand, you know, being scared, all that kind of stuff. And so as soon as you get people like that, they don't really question what you have to say as much. They'll kind of just do what you want, you know? So yeah. And then they just get to make themselves richer and richer and have more and more influence. But I don't even necessarily believe that, like, the people we see being the leadership are the true leadership. And I'm not like 10 hatting or anything like that. It just makes logical sense that you have a lot more power if people don't know who you are. You know? If people don't know who you are, you have way more influence on things. And so why would there not be people who like have control of the politicians and stuff like that? And some of the politicians be included in this kind of stuff. Like, it's all muddled together. You know? Kind of my thoughts. Like I said, I don't think there's like some Illuminati that's sneaking around, like, you know, perfectly running everything in the whole world. I don't think they're hiding the aliens from us. You know, and that kind of stuff. But why would there not be? You know? So someone said Dunmere for president. One, I'm not old enough. And two, it wouldn't matter because the president has no power. Because the president's owned by somebody. And I'm sure if you get in these positions and you don't do generally what they want you to, they'll kill you. So, yeah. That's my thoughts on everything. I basically don't. That's why I like politics to me is a meaningless debate. Usually because the true political discussion, which is the true political discussion, which is literally about the size of the government. It's literally like liberalism versus socialism, and the true actual political discussion is about how big the government should be, and nobody talks about that. And that's because both sides want it to be massive. Both Republicans and Democrats want the federal government to be really big because that gives them more power. And so if they were to like talk about this as like a issue that they should talk about, it would be completely self-defeating. Like, they're literally on the same team and they're like, oh, hey guys, yeah, you split over there and you pretend to be the conservatives. You guys split over here and pretend to be liberal, but we're all just going to make ourselves as rich and as powerful as we can be. You know? So yeah, guys. I just say to people who seem to be passionate about issues that the people who do the voting are not evil. They mostly are just trying to do what they think is right. Yeah, I mean, average people are just average people. They get manipulated. They do whatever. Can't play a ranked match. If you're trying on EU, that might be the problem. So I personally don't believe there's any major change that can occur. I don't think it ever will change in general. I don't think we can change the government in the slightest. I think it'll always be like this for all time. I think it's like this in every country. I think it always will be. And yeah, that's just what they want you to think. I think the only change that you can make is on an interpersonal level. So like me talking to you guys, kind of thing. Showing love to another individual. That's all you can do. And that's why whenever people come and just throw out like some sort of argument about some sort of topic, first off, it's usually never a logical argument. It's usually an emotional argument, which is completely devoid of point at that situation. Last biggest government shift was what, the USSR? I mean, I guess I don't really know if the USSR is that different from Russia now. The issue is that you need to take action on a smaller platform, work on your city or state. I don't think you could even make it as big as a state. And it depends on what city you live in, right? If you live in a small town, then yeah. But no, I don't think it'll ever go to big change. I think we're stuck where we are, more or less. Just because of the way that all the countries are interlocked now, and every country is slowly going towards this weird little muddled bog of social capitalism or whatever. Like, nothing's real at this point. Money is not real. Money is absolutely fictional. All money is literally just a belief in the belief in the government. Like, the whole world's money is basically based on America, because all the countries base their currency off of ours. Like, we literally allow them to set their price more or less based on like American money, which is interesting. Currency is just people knowing this is value. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I mean, it's just well, in the past in America we used to have like a bunch of gold in Fort Knox, right? And it had in gold, like our money was backed by gold, so it actually had a literal value, right? Although of course the gold is the same sort of thing, right? But after a certain time period they don't do that anymore. And it's funny to hear about what America does. America has like a rule where you have to have, I think, 12.5% of any money you've borrowed. Any money you borrowed as a bank, you have to have 12.5%. You have to have 12.5% of your money borrowed in your bank, right? And so what they'll do, and like that's basically to stop like there being worries about people, about the money being spread too thin and stuff like that. And like people coming to get their money and then being like, oh shit, there's no money, and then everyone comes and gets it, and everything crashes and we all die. We have a Great Depression again. I might be oversimplifying some of these concepts, but whatever. But how it works now is banks are checked, like, I don't know how often it does. I think it might be once a week. On like a Monday, something like that. Tuesday, I don't know. Maybe it's once a month. But they're checked to make sure they have 12.5% of their money in the bank. And so what they do is they take loans from other banks. They take loans for other banks to make sure they have that money when they get checked by the government. And the government is okay with this. I don't even know why they bother to do this at this point. The government like is literally like, oh hey, like they see the train or the truck being brought in with all the cash from like another bank, and they're like, oh okay, you know, the cash is gonna be here in like an hour. Yeah, okay, Jim, don't worry, bro, like you're good. We'll come check up on you in 2 hours. We're gonna go check Bank of America first, you know. And it's just such a meme. Like, I mean, it's how it works now, and it's all based in faith in our government, that our government's not going to crash. But like, it's the same sort of thing. Like if I just go up and I take $100 and I toss it into the bank, and I'm like, all right, you take care of my $100 for me, and they're like, yeah, okay, I got you. Your $100 is safe. And then some random person walks over and says, hey, I need $100 loan. That bank goes, okay, here's $100. Boom. And they give them $100. Now I still have $100, and the other guy now has $100. So now our money in our economy has just doubled. When there's not, that's not real money. It's just I've like literal numbers in a bank account, like literal ones and zeros that don't mean anything, but they do. The only reason they mean anything is because we believe they mean stuff. It's hilarious. Like that's what our monetary system is. It's just a joke, to be honest. I mean, really, if you're thinking about it in general, all money is a pathway letting people exchange goods and services with each other. You know? Time to go back to bartering? No. There isn't a great alternative? No, there's not. This is the best alternative, and it works well. But things will always be bad. There will always be people who are poor. There will always be people getting screwed over because the people in power, they don't care. After you go down socialism, no, it'll never fix. Nothing will ever fix. Ever. Because you can't change human nature. Human nature is selfish. Human nature is evil. People will always find a way to do what is best for them and not for other people. Not every individual, but people as a whole. So, if we were all robots, this wouldn't be an issue. True, but free will is a really important thing, and that's the only reason we're not robots, because we do have free will. In fact, free will is a really important concept in general. Someone hasn't watched iRobot. Actually, I've not watched that in all fullness. But without free will, which is required and all this stuff and related to all this stuff, there's nothing good. Everything bad is caused by free will, but everything good is also caused by free will. Kind of. Well, everything good can be accessed by free will. I don't think we have free will. We tend to act like animals. It would honestly depend on your religious beliefs at that point. At that point, it depends on your religious beliefs, to be honest, and what you believe philosophically about these things. I mean, if we're really trying to just, you know, smoke the good stuff here, like really good stuff, we can't know anything about anything at all. For those of you who don't know about it, I would encourage you guys to look up the it's Descartes' evil demon paradox. It's the whole like matrix concept. Now I know you don't say that his name like that in French, but I'm an American and we say it like that. So Descartes, French philosopher, he said that there's since we don't have direct stimuluses, and all stimuluses we get, all our vision, our smell, our taste, all that is indirect. You can't actually know for sure if anything real is around, anything around you is real. Touch is direct though? No, it's not. No, it's like it's you gotta it's past that. Touch is still a stimulus. Like we are not connected to the universe. You know? Yes, it all has to go through the mind. We are not like, the only thing that is possibly connected to you directly is whatever your mind is. And since you're not connected to it directly, there is a gap of some sort, like a, you know, a philosophical gap that it has to go through something or not, right? But because there's no way for us to know that it has to go through this gap, there's literally no way for us to know whether it's real or not. We have to assume. I'm probably not explaining it super well. A strong example for this are people who suffer auditory visual hallucinations. Yeah, they can't tell the difference. But this is a legitimate concept, and there's actually nothing you can say that can prove this wrong. Mainly because you can't prove anything wrong in general, even scientifically you can't. But yeah. So it's just like I said, it's the same sort of thing with the matrix concept. Your brain could be in a vat, and you could be being controlled. Like all your stimulations, all your sensations, everything could be completely artificial, and you would have absolutely no way of knowing ever. There's no way to know at all. Now, I'm not going to be making like a huge conclusion for this. I personally think things are real. They'd be like saying if I pull out my GPU, I can't read information. Just because its eyes are gone doesn't mean all things aren't working. Are you talking about what I'm talking about? I don't think that's a good example. No. What this would really be like is somebody looks at a painting . What philosopher tried to answer this with I think therefore I am? That is the concept. But it's I think that it's not I think therefore I know what's going on. It's I think therefore I am. That's the only thing you can know. It's because you can think thoughts, because you whatever you are actually exist. I am. Like that's what that is about. Very specifically saying because you can think and process whatever and you can exist, that is the only thing you know. We are about 100 years away from being able to completely recreate the Earth and everyone on it virtually, along with AI personalities and feelings. No. Never. No, we're not. No. Definitely not. This assumes consciousness is a real thing. I mean, I know my consciousness is a real thing. Look, the whole discussion about like whether consciousness is real or something like that is so ridiculous to me, because you already have it and it already exists, and you're arguing whether it exists or not. That's just like one of the most asinine arguments to me of all time. Like, I think if you look into this whole like whether we have consciousness stuff or not, and you delve deep into like the philosophical things you have to assume to disagree with it, it's impossible. It's like if you look into the whole concept of whether there are like innate categories to reality, or whether we just make them on our own, like whether we've defined them on our own, like whether the creature that is a cat, like there's a thing that is a cat, or whether we just call all these things that are similar, like this thing that we believe is a cat, we call them all cats, whether we've made that up or whether it actually existed. If you believe that we make it up and we don't actually exist, or like, and it doesn't actually exist, that creates a lot of like deep philosophical problems that you have to like deal with. Like I said, I haven't deeply studied all this stuff, but like, for example, the concept of truth and falsehood. If there's not a truth and falsehood inherent into things, then that answer can't be even answered, basically. You know, whether it's true or false that there are innate categories. No, it's not if truth is subjective or subjective, it's a different concept. When you're so upset with the Sosby not being able to tank that you fall into a philosophical depression. This isn't a philosophical depression, this is how I think all the time. But the only conclusion that I want to draw from this, it's the most silly argument to me when people like put down the concept of a religious belief because they say it requires faith. Like, they'll look at me when I'm talking to this sort of stuff with them, and they're like, oh, it requires faith, therefore like it's not as legitimate as a purely empirical based argument. You know, for example, they're like, oh, I don't believe in God because I basically would have to have faith to do that. Like, I can't see it, I can't empirically test it. And I'm like, okay, well, you can't know anything's true or not. We can't know if anything truly exists or not because of that thing I talked about with Descartes. So how are you going to get on to me or get on to whatever about believing in a God on faith when you're literally permanently existing on faith? Because for you to believe in empirical data and believe that this empirical data you've gathered is legitimate or, you know, exists, you are permanently operating on faith. So the two are equal. You are operating on X amount of who knows level of faith. The argument there is no proof is still faith-based. Exactly. It's all of faith. It's kind of like why people who are purely like empirical based individuals and they like scientists and all that, and they argue against like they argue faith is like just dumb basically and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, like you believe in a faith too, man. You just have faith in data. But Quicksilver, I don't know if you missed this portion. I don't know how far you jumped in. It literally has to do with the concept we talked about Descartes. You can't know if what you're testing or witnessing at all, you can't know if that's legitimate, because you could be stuck in that matrix vat. You could be being influenced by an evil demon to have your sensations modified and manipulated. There's no way for you to know. It's impossible for you to know. You are operating entirely on faith. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's an important concept to that. And I'm not drawing any hard conclusions from this. I'm not saying like, oh, okay, well, God is real because of this concept. I'm just saying like, you can't know. You can't know. So that's why when I argue for this stuff, I'm like, look, I think this is the baseline we need to operate from. And then we need to go from there. You know, this is why I like talking most about philosophy, because people can throw all the empirical data at me they want. I'm like, well, that just doesn't prove anything. Well, one, like you inherently cannot prove things scientifically. It's impossible. Even assuming that like even assuming that everything is real, you can't prove anything with empirical data, because you can't prove the opposite. You can't prove it's not the opposite, basically. Like, for example, like we're talking about like ducks, right? No matter how many white ducks you bring to me, you can't prove to me that a pink duck doesn't exist. Yep, that's why everything in science is a theory, exactly. But people treat it like it's not a theory. Now, when you're operating and you're studying and you're like trying to study based off of empirical data and stuff like that, yes, you should treat it like it's a fact so that you can operate on this concepts, right? It's kind of like how when you're using -1 and you're using these imaginary numbers, you still operate with them when you're doing like electrical engineering and stuff like that. Or I mean, it might not just be electrical engineering, but like that kind of stuff. Well, you still operate with it, but you do have to understand that you can't know it's true. But people treat it like it's true. And people who have a super heavy fact-based mentality, a lot of them look down on people who have a belief system. You know? Don believes in shiny ducks, bro. I do believe in pink ducks. You could never prove me wrong. You can prove to me that there's a pink duck, kind of, assuming that none of this stuff is real. I mean, assuming that, you know, the Descartes thing is not a thing we need to worry about. You can always make a pink duck. Rude, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, guys. The human brain always has faith built in, whether that's a religion, faith in people, faith in science. Yeah, that's true. Same sort of concept with worshiping. A lot of people will also get on to people for worshiping a god. I don't care if people want to believe in the tooth fairy, I just don't want you to force it on me. Well, the tooth fairy is obviously real, so I don't know what you're talking about, bro. But yeah, people get onto other people for worshiping things and they think it's silly. I think they're worshiping rocks and lying to themselves. But everybody worships something. She owes me money for losing an adult tooth. Rip. But everyone worships something. It's whatever you put your time into, put all your time and energy into. That's what you're worshiping in your life. Where all your energy goes, the investment of your entity. Yeah. Honestly, this is what I'd most want to do when I'm streaming and stuff like that. I like the Asmongold videos. I would love to be able to just sit here and like watch a video about like, I don't know, something stupid, whatever, and then just go on rants about it. Be like, you know what? Here's why that's right. Here's why that's wrong. You're heading out. It was a fun time. You're at the end. Good night. Good night, dude. Well, I'm gonna end stream because this has gone on for a while. Dunn reacts. Yeah. Dunmere reacts to Andrew Tate. I don't know what it'll be. We were talking about philosophy is rare. I used to do it all the time when I was streaming Pokemon Unite. Mainly because I was just so bored of the game and I could mentally AFK it so easily. and I would just sit here and talk about like literally anything. I want to let you know you got me to main RX-78, or did I? How do you know that's the truth? How you know I'm real? React to Asmongold so he will react to you and get exposure. Yeah, true. I'll just call him bald and he'll be like, oh man, you call me bald. Playing Pokemon Unite, yeah, I used to stream it. It was miserable. It was suffering. It was really bad. Pokemon Unite, the game that pays you not to play. I want to be paid not to play. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, guys, anyway, if you haven't joined my Discord, you can go ahead and do that. It's in the description. It's pretty cool. I do talk about things sometimes in there. I respond to stuff. I'll be throwing in a message into there whenever I stream, into the community channel, all that nonsense. So yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to me talk about random nonsense and whatever. On. Streaming. I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer, guys. I'm a Gundam Evolution playing streamer. In theory. Or whatever. I don't know. Anyway. Alright, guys. Peace. Later.